Night drapes the earth in silence, and beneath that velvet hush lie secrets older than memory. Monoliths piercing the dawn of time, buried pyramids whispering from beneath millennia of soil, wooden idols carved in a world unknowing of cities. From the T-shaped pillars of a Turkish plateau to sunken stone paths on a Bahamian seabed, these colossal enigmas predate agriculture, language, and the very notion of history. For 4 hours, we will wander through half-forgotten landscapes, tracing echoes of ancestral hands that shaped stones before civilization knew its name. Step softly and listen to traces of a forgotten chapter hanging between myth and reality. Softly now, let us step beyond the edge of recorded time, slipping into a world carved from memory and stone. In the gentle unfolding of dawn, the contours of an ancient hill in southeastern Turkey emerge, beckoning us into a realm where the whisper of the wind carries secrets older than cities themselves. Here, the tangled roots of history entwine with myth, and within this silent landscape stands Göbekli Tepe, its weathered pillars rising like mute guardians of a forgotten epoch. As we begin our journey, let us heed the call of those monumental stones, allowing our breaths to slow and our senses to open to reverence and wonder. It was in the year 1994 that Klaus Schmidt, a soft-spoken archaeologist drawn by curiosity and the promise of untold stories, first revealed this site to the world. Brush in hand, he unveiled rings of T-shaped limestone pillars buried beneath centuries of earth and grass, each monolith weighing up to 20 tons. How these stones came to rest here, so patiently aligned before agriculture, before cities, before the written word, remains a mystery that expands our sense of possibility. As twilight lingers in our minds, we imagine bands of early hunters and gatherers, those weavers of earth and spirit, uniting under the same sky to raise these colossal forms by hand, guided by unseen forces calling them toward something greater than subsistence. In the warm hush of prehistory, these stones spoke a language of form and texture. With each carving of fox, serpent, or crane, the ancestors of humankind encoded stories far deeper than survival. Their artistry, etched with flint tools, reveals a sophisticated symbolic system, hints of proto-writing perhaps, or mythic narratives that bound their communities together. The spirals and geometric patterns that trace across the pillars seem conjured by a vision of cosmic order, as though these artisans perceived the harmony of earth and sky and sought to anchor it in stone. We imagine the delicate precision of their hands, crafting curves and lines that remain startlingly fresh against the weathered limestone. The traditional tale of civilization places agriculture at the dawn of complexity. Yet here at Göbekli Tepe, that narrative reverses itself like a dream seen through a glass. Stone circles may have been raised not by settled farmers, but by traveling bands driven by ritual and spiritual yearning. This inversion asks us to consider that communal gatherings, rites of passage, and shared cosmologies might have sparked the very impulse to domesticate wheat and barley. As shadows lengthen on the carved reliefs, we entertain the possibility that worship came before farming, that the needs of the soul ignited efforts to plant seeds in the earth, mirroring the planting of symbols in the human heart. Who were those silent architects? Without tablets or scrolls to guide us, we piece together fragments of flint blades and animal bones, evidence of feasts and labors devoted to something beyond mere survival. Generations must have come and gone, returning again and again to this sacred knoll, each cohort adding stones and symbols to a structure that grew across centuries. In their dedication, we glimpse communities attuned to seasonal rhythms, migration patterns, celestial cycles. Lives intertwined with sun, moon, and stars in a dynamic tapestry. Their steadfast resolve to carve and transport massive stones speaks of leadership forged in vision and an earnestly shared spiritual aim. Every animal figure carved so lovingly into termite-pocked limestone invites questions of meaning and purpose. A fox might embody cunning, a boar valor, a snake the cycle of death and renewal. Perhaps together they narrated a myth of creation, fable of a world birthed from chaos, or a ritual map guiding souls through journeys of transformation. Each image flows seamlessly into the next, as though forming stanzas of an ancient hymn. As we stand among these pillars, we sense an intricate dialogue, a conversation across millennia that bridges hunter-gatherer hearts to our own, evoking the ageless link between humanity and the natural world. Raised in concentric arcs up to 20 meters wide, these circles may not only have cradled gatherings, but also mirrored the rhythms of the stars. Some scholars propose alignments with Orion's belt or the rising of Sirius, offering a prehistoric observatory where ceremony and astronomy danced as one. Under a canopy of night, those early pilgrims may have oriented themselves to cosmic markers, weaving celestial lore into communal rites. This sacred geometry binds earth and sky in a silent promise that, as above, so below, that the human soul finds its reflection in the ever-turning heavens. Though we can only hypothesize about the original purpose of these circles, the absence of hearths or dwellings suggests a space set apart. Here, pilgrims may have traveled from distant valleys, guided by oral traditions whispered around campfires. They came not to harvest grain, but to participate in rites that transcended daily chores. Rites perhaps held only at special times of year, when the seasons shifted and the boundary between worlds grew thin. We can almost hear their voices echoing in the chambered depths, a chorus of wonder and song rising beneath those silent stones. As our footsteps trace the gentle slopes, we feel how myth and memory have converged upon these pillars. Oral histories, handed down through unbroken lines of speech, might have anchored themselves to these carvings. Legends of cosmic creation, ancestral heroes, or subterranean journeys may have taken shape here, weaving local lore into a tapestry that spans continents. We stand at the nexus of myth, where the conscious mind meets the unconscious pulse of our collective psyche, where the stories inscribed in stone continue to shape how we view our own beginnings. Göbekli Tepe demands a reimagining of academic certainties. It invites us to embrace interdisciplinary paths, to weave threads of archaeology, anthropology, religious studies, and even quantum cosmology into a new narrative tapestry. Each excavation season peels back layers not merely of Earth, but of convention, reminding us that the past is a living dialogue awaiting fresh voices. In this framing, Göbekli Tepe becomes more than the locus of stone circles. It emerges as a symbol of humanity's boundless capacity to question, to build, and to dream beyond the apparent limits of time and circumstance. On this gentle knoll, modern researchers converge, instruments in hand, camera drones aloft, radar pulses scanning beneath the surface. Yet even as cutting-edge technology augments our vision, it cannot supplant the deeper yearning for meaning that drew the first archaeologist here. The silent watchers of stone urge patience, slow breaths, quiet minds, open hearts. thoughts. In that stillness, we discover that science and spirit need not stand apart, but can move together in step, each enriching the other in our collective dance toward understanding. What links the ancient hands that raised these stones to those of today? In gazing upon the weathered reliefs, we are invited to contemplate how communities shape their world, how rituals anchor identity, how shared purpose binds individuals across time. The stones themselves become our interlocutors, guiding us to consider the questions that outlive any single culture. Who am I? What connects me to the cosmos? How does the act of creation, of building, of carving, of storytelling, forge the bonds that sustain human society? Although the exact rites practiced here remain lost in the mists, the act of gathering in circles under the open sky speaks to universal human themes. Ritual offers a bridge between the known and the unknown, the visible world and the hidden landscape of spirit. To arrange stones in geometric harmony is to call upon energies beyond daily life, to weave private longing into communal resonance. By invoking the divine through stone and ceremony, our ancestors may have found a source of nourishment as vital as any grain, sustaining their souls through harsh winters and adverse seasons. We inherit their ancestral legacy each time we marvel at these carvings, each time we feel a tingle of reverence before a weathered pillar. Göbekli Tepe reminds us that innovation springs not only from tools and technology, but from imagination and faith. In celebrating this heritage, we honor those early builders as co-authors of our shared human story, visionaries who saw connections between earth, sky, and spirit, and dared to make that vision real in stone. Here, the site becomes a living laboratory of thought, where archaeologists, philosophers, poets, and dreamers convene around flickering lantern light and digital screens alike. As each new fragment emerges, we integrate it into an ever-growing mural of understanding. The ancient hill pulses with possibility, inviting fresh theories about human cognition, social bonding, and cosmic awareness. In this sacred collaboration, Göbekli Tepe breathes again, animated by the ceaseless curiosity that drove its first architects. Art and culture entwine within these monoliths to redefine what life could be for those first builders. Their carvings, purposeful and eloquent, reflect a community fluent in a visual language that transcended the spoken word. The dance of shapes upon limestone surfaces invites us into an intimate communion with their worldview, offering glimpses of beliefs that shaped rites, guided actions, and wove a collective identity across generations. So vast were their ambitions that quarrying, transporting, and erecting these stones required planning and cooperation on a scale we often reserve for later empires. We detect coordination in tool marks, in aligned axes, in the embedded promise of the next circle yet to be uncovered. Such monumental endeavors, free from written records, still radiate the pulse of communal purpose, an echo of aspirations that soared beyond daily concerns into the realm of the transcendent. Elan and unity must have buoyed these early societies, for they summoned multitudes to labor in harmony, pooling energy and skill to imprint the landscape with meaning. The stones at Göbekli Tepe stand as testament to collective imagination, proof that people can transcend individual interest to realize a vision shared by all. This unity of purpose resonates across the millennia, reminding us that cooperation and shared aspiration remain the cornerstones of human achievement. Every unanswered question here invites us to savor the embrace of the unknown. The enigma of intent, method, and myth propels our own search for meaning. We recognize that curiosity is both journey and reward, fueling fresh inquiries about consciousness, symbolism, and the invisible forces that shaped early societies. As we confront the silent pillars, we realize that the most profound discoveries often arise not from certainties, but from the willingness to dwell patiently in mystery. The unveiling of Göbekli Tepe has rippled through academic halls and living rooms alike, igniting awe and speculation. It reminds us that humanity's ancient achievements need not be hidden behind ivory tower language, but can speak directly to our shared wonder. Public imagination has latched onto this site as proof that the seeds of civilization were sown long before we ever imagined, opening hearts to the grandeur of collective memory and inspiring new dialogues across culture and creed. Slowly, the layers of time yield their stories. Each stratum reveals tools and bones, carvings and soil samples that shed light on the rhythms of millennia. As we peel back the sediment like pages in an immense, silent chronicle, we trace the evolution of ideas, craft, and communal life. These layers unfold a narrative that refuses tidy chronology, reminding us that human development is woven of multiple threads, economic, social, spiritual, all interlaced in subtle patterns. Amid these colossal stones, we feel the quiet resilience of humankind. Our ancestors braved harsh winters, shifting climates, and the uncertainties of nomadic life. Yet they paused again and again to raise stones in reverence and wonder. Their endurance, patience, and adaptability echo across time, offering us a wellspring of inspiration whenever we confront obstacles too formidable to face alone. In the coming together of disparate minds, field archaeologists, local elders, cosmologists, and storytellers, Göbekli Tepe becomes a vessel for collective wisdom. Each voice adds depth to the tableau, ensuring that interpretations remain fluid, humble, and open to revision. This shared stewardship of knowledge honors the spirit of inquiry that first guided those Neolithic hands, reminding us that no single perspective can capture the fullness of such an ancient miracle. As we stand beneath those weathered reliefs, we feel how narrative itself was carved into stone. Each motif is a stanza in an epic we only partially know, a conversation with ancestors who spoke in symbol and form. In tracing their lines, we participate in an act of shared storytelling that binds us across generations, a testament to the enduring power of art as the universal medium of connection. The hill invites us to cultivate curiosity as a sacred practice, urging us to question not only what we see, but how we see. It calls us to honor intuition as well as data, to balance skepticism with wonder. In this space, the act of asking becomes as important as any answer, for in inquiry we keep the fires of discovery alive, ensuring that Göbekli Tepe's mysteries remain a beacon for future seekers. And so, as evening's hush descends and stars awaken overhead, the echoes of Göbekli Tepe linger in our thoughts. We carry home more than facts. We bear memories of stone and shadow, whisperings of rituals long ended, and the steady pulse of human imagination reaching ever outward. These echoes remind us to tend carefully to our own heritage, to listen for subtle truths beneath the surface, and to remain open to the timeless wonders that await when we dare to venture beyond the edge of what we know. Under the gentle hush of dawn's first light, the verdant slopes of West Java cradle a mystery older than memory. A silent sentinel rises where imagination meets the edges of time, a mound that wears the guise of a simple hill, yet conceals something far more profound. In the quiet hum of jungle foliage, one senses a calm energy, almost a heartbeat echoing from a time untouched by recorded history. Here stands Gunung Padang, a place where stone and spirit interweave, inviting us to wander through layers of forgotten knowledge and question the boundaries of what we think we know. At first glance, the hill appears no different than any other rise of earth shaped by rain and root. Yet beneath its earthen skin, basalt columns lie arranged with quiet precision, forming platforms that stretch outwards like ripples on a cosmic pond. These stones, hexagonal if we look closely, seem to hum with purpose, as though the mountain itself yearned to speak. We imagine ancient hands guiding each piece into place, arranging terraces that rise gently toward the sky. In those volumes of stone, we sense the echo of a civilization that predates memory, an artistry that defies the march of conventional timelines. Scholars have measured the exposed layers and traced them back to around 500 BCE, placing Gunung Padang alongside familiar chapters in Southeast Asian history. But when researchers probe deeper, samples of charcoal and organic material whisper of an even earlier age, as distant as 20,000 years before now. This discrepancy stretches our understanding like a silken thread pulled taut, inviting us to consider whether our ancestral timelines require revision. Could human presence, weaving stone into grand designs, have dawned in the cycles of the last ice age, breathing warmth into a world still emerging from glacial embrace? The thought trembles through the mind like a slowly rising mist. If human hands shaped these terraces 20 millennia ago, what did that world look like? How did distant communities find each other across lands transformed by shifting seas and migrating wildlife? In the embrace of such questions, Gunung Padang stands as both monument and riddle, beckoning travelers of thought to linger, to trust the quiet marvels instead of demanding swift answers. Here, in the interplay of earth and stone, we discover a ripple in time that refuses to conform to familiar histories. To imagine the people who toiled at Gunung Padang is to walk with gentle reverence through a realm where purpose met patience. The basalt columns, born from volcanic fires, formed naturally in hexagonal patterns, but their careful alignment required an artistry beyond simple chance. Some stones lie nearly uniform, their flat faces abutting like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. Others present patterns that align with celestial markers, whispering of nights spent under starlight. The process of quarrying, transporting, and arranging these stones suggests a sophistication that softens the boundary between hunter-gatherer and architect. What knowledge guided those ancient hands? Speculations drift in scholarly circles like drifting incense smoke, each idea carrying its own fragrance of possibility. One theory proposes that ancient engineers harnessed wooden rollers or simple levers, perhaps angling the stones with earthen ramps greased by animal fats or plant resins. Another whispers of unknown tools, hard metal wedges or water-worn devices fizzing against basalt with subtle abrasiveness. Yet each suggestion reveals as many mysteries as it resolves. Even the act of levering a stone of such mass against gravity demands ingenuity, whose details slip beyond our grasp, buried like the site itself. Then there is the matter of time, encoded in charcoal and sediment. At upper levels, wood fragments charred by ancient fires date to the later Bronze Age, a familiar chapter of human ambition. But down below, buried where only careful excavation can reach, scientists have discovered organic remnants that stretch back into pre-ceramic eras, whispering of hearths from epochs where our species danced at the edge of survival. In each slice of soil, in each layer of ash, lies a question. Was this place built once, then reclaimed by Earth only to be reborn by later generations? Or did a long-lost world conceive of this mound in its fullness? Beyond the chemistry of carbon, Gunung Padang resonates with legends and lore. Local villagers speak of giants who walked the hills and carved the mountain at dawn. Folktales recount deities who imbued the basalt with sacred vibrations, tuning the stones to cosmic frequencies. In whispered dialects, elders recall ceremonies that chanted to unseen forces, calling upon energies from beneath the earth. Their words carry the weight of ancestral memory, even as they fold into metaphor. To dismiss these tales as mere stories would be to silence voices that may preserve truths older than any carbon sample can reveal. The meeting of myth and material invites a contemplative pause. What if these narratives are not oppositional but complementary? In every myth, we find a seed of reality, a gesture toward events beyond the scope of empirical frameworks. The giants and deities may be symbolic beings, embodiments of human awe in the face of forces we could barely comprehend. And yet, their stories map onto the quiet hum of basalt beneath our feet, vibrations we can still detect if we listen deeply. Thus, Gunung Padang becomes a bridge, not just between layers of earth, but across dimensions of understanding. As modern researchers clear brushes of dirt, they uncover fragments of stone tools, chiseled obsidian flakes melted by fire, and earthenware shards whose motifs speak of ritual. Each discovery drifts gently into the narrative like a feather landing in still water. The tools suggest that the site served multiple purposes, perhaps both practical and ceremonial. Some stones bear grooves worn by repeated human contact, hinting at processions or gatherings that may have marked the rhythms of seasons. Other artifacts in alcoves or niches speak of offerings, bits of bone, carved figurines, even preserved seeds, as if someone once entrusted the mountain with tokens of gratitude. These fragments propel us into the idea of social structure at Gunung Padang. Whoever built and maintained this place must have organized shared knowledge and honored traditions across generations. Among basalt pillars that bloom from the soil like stony flowers, we imagine circles of people under starlight, voices rising in chant, hands raised toward constellations. The architecture itself becomes a sacred space where earth, human effort, and sky meet. Here, time unfolds not as linear progress, but as a sacred spiral, each turn revealing hidden patterns of meaning. Connections to other megalithic sites drift across Southeast Asia like echoes. On distant islands, stone monoliths stand sentry in rice fields, and in remote valleys, terraced mounds recall similar forms. Scholars note intriguing parallels at places like Sumba or the Balinese Petirtan, raising the possibility of networks of knowledge transmitted through trade, pilgrimage, or memory. Were those who shaped basalt at Gunung Padang linked to far-flung communities, sharing techniques that defy the notion of isolated invention? The contours of a prehistoric web appear, woven from stone, water, and the silent footsteps of travelers across ancient paths. Today, Gunung Padang draws more than archaeologists. Pilgrims of curiosity, seekers of quiet mystery, and guardians of cultural heritage converge on its slopes. Under a canopy of palms, they walk slowly, attuned to shifting shadows and distant bird calls. In repose, one senses not just history, but hope, that through this place we may find renewed kinship with our origins. Indonesia, watching this site's rising fame, embraces a blend of pride and stewardship. Efforts unfold to protect the mound from erosion and encroachment, balancing the demands of tourism with rituals of respect passed down by local custodians. The debates swirl gently like incense smoke. Mainstream archaeologists trained in stratigraphy and caution call for rigorous controls, skeptical of dates that might disrupt entrenched models of human development. They urge patience, replication, and peer review before rewriting textbooks. Across the aisle, alternative voices celebrate Gunung Padang as proof of a lost civilization, or as evidence of advanced prehistoric science. These narratives capture the public imagination, feeding books and documentaries that thrill at the edges of plausibility. Yet perhaps both perspectives serve our deeper purpose: to remind us that knowledge grows in the tension between question and answer. Approaching the site with a spirit of convergence rather than conflict opens a quiet path forward. What if Gunung Padang is neither a lone outlier nor merely another island in the archipelago of prehistory, but a nexus where diverse streams of knowledge, myth, and science converge? In its terraces, we might read not only the labor of past builders, but the aspirations of future seekers. Each layer holds a fragment of a greater puzzle, an invitation to let go of certainty and embrace the unfolding journey. In that surrender, wisdom often finds fertile ground. Some theorists gaze upon the basalt patterns and detect traces of sacred geometry, alignments that mirror solar solstices or lunar cycles, proportion ratios that echo the golden mean. Whether intentional or coincidental, the suggestion of cosmic order emerging in these stones invites contemplation. In many ancient traditions, geometry served as a language bridging the human and divine. A circle signifying unity, a spiral symbolizing eternal return. Shapes speak without words, resonating with the pulse of creation. If Gunung Padang's architects engraved such cosmic signatures into the earth, they taught us how to listen to the silent poem of the universe. In imagining those builders at work, we must also consider their environment. At the end of the last ice age, rising waters carved new coastlines, forcing human communities to adapt. Java, once connected to continental land masses, became an island cradling fertile valleys and volcanic eminences. Changing climates may have driven migrations, spurring cross-cultural exchanges as encroaching seas threatened ancient home sites. How did these conditions shape the daily lives of those who labored at Gunung Padang? Were they farmers responding to shifting seasons, or itinerant tribes guided by ancestral visions? Beyond environmental pressures, the site's mythology deepens its significance. Folktales of ancestral guardians, of moons descending to dance among columns, suggest that Gunung Padang lived in the imaginations of those who honored it. Myths often carry kernels of ritual practice, covenants between people and place that transcend mere utility. In recounting tales of divine visitors or thunderous chants echoing through subterranean chambers, storytellers preserve memories of communal gatherings. Such narratives, woven into song and dance, may have played an essential role in shaping and sustaining the site's purpose across countless generations. The archaeological value of Gunung Padang extends beyond grand dates and basalt blocks. It lies in the subtle interplay of data and dreaming. Each chipped stone whispers of decision-making. Each layer of sediment recalls quiet moments beneath canopy shadows. To excavate here is to engage in a dialogue that spans centuries. fieldworkers brush away earth not simply to expose artifacts, but to coax stories from silences. The patterns they uncover, arrangements of rooms, pathways, and altars, are the outlines of a society's inner life, traced with patience rather than urgency. If our ancestors built this mound 20,000 years ago, what does that tell us about the arc of human innovation? Our textbooks, arranged like neatly boxed chapters, imagine a gradual rise from scattered bands to agrarian villages to urban centers. Yet Gunung Padang suggests that complexity and artistry may have existed long before the emergence of written language or large-scale agriculture. Perhaps knowledge flows in cycles, waxing and waning with environmental rhythms, so that periods of brilliance rise from obscurity before receding. In that view, our species becomes a keeper of echoes, called to remember old ways when new paths falter. Examining the basalt of Gunung Padang, we feel the solidity of transformation. Born in molten fire, that stone has endured eons before human hands could shape it. Basalt embodies endurance and metamorphosis, reminding us that creation often unfolds over vast timescales. When we touch a column, we connect with both primal earth energies and hands long vanished. In its heft, one senses the weight of generations, the imprint of countless decisions about where to place each block. Such reflections stir a reverence for both material and memory, calling us to honor what endures. Construction anomalies also captivate our curiosity. In places, the terraces exhibit joints cut with remarkable precision, edges fitting so tightly that even a razor blade cannot pry them apart. How did prehistoric masons achieve such finesse without iron tools? Might they have harnessed abrasive sands or concocted natural acids to etch patterns into stone? Or did they employ water-softening techniques passed down through oral teachings? Each hypothesis demands humility before experimentation, acknowledging that ingenuity often springs from simple elements: earth, water, and human will. As we chart Gunung Padang's place in human chronology, we sense that history seldom unfolds linearly. The site invites us to trace circuits of development: craftsmanship here, ritual there, trade routes bridging distant valleys. In that weaving, we glimpse a tapestry richer than isolated achievements. Perhaps ancient pathways ran beneath the forest floor, connecting Gunung Padang to other centers where stone rings and monoliths spoke in a shared language. If so, the mound becomes a node in a cathedral of megalithic wisdom, one among many beacons guiding travelers across ephemeral landscapes. Geologists bring their lenses to this puzzle, mapping fault lines and volcanic flows that shaped the land. The mound sits atop strata that tell of Earth's restless pulse, sediments deposited by ancient rivers, layers compacted by shifting pressures, minerals leached by rain over millennia. Understanding those earthly contexts helps us appreciate why basalt lay waiting here, why this place drew human attention. In deep cores extracted by cautious brushwork, we read a record of climatic swings, periodic volcanic activity, and slow transformations that enabled fertile valleys to appear and then fade. Within the surrounding jungle, flora and fauna whisper secrets of coexistence. Pollen grains trapped in ancient mud hint at groves once cultivated for food or ceremony. Bones of birds and small mammals suggest offerings left by worshippers or stray remnants of feasting. Today, wild orchids drape their tendrils over broken stones, and hornbills call from branches thick with vines. This dance between nature and humanity, past and present, reminds us that Gunung Padang has always existed within a living ecosystem. Its stories unfold not solely in stone, but in breath, root, and wing. In winding trails that circle the terraces, visitors often pause at dusk as fireflies begin their soft choreography. Against the chorus of evening insects, the site seems to hum, a vibration we cannot measure but feel in our bones. That resonance speaks of ancestral pulses archived in each crevice, urging us to slow our breath, widen our awareness, and recognize our part in an ongoing story. In the hush of twilight, the distinction between builder and beholder blurs. We become participants in an ancient rite of remembrance. Perhaps the greatest gift Gunung Padang offers is a mirror reflecting our own yearning for connection. We seek origins, not merely as a matter of record, but as portals to deeper understanding. By engaging with this mound, we enact a ritual of remembrance, honoring the ingenuity and spirit of those who shaped it. Whether the date stamps point to 20,000 or 2,000 years, the act of uncovering brings us closer to the sacred tempo of human endeavor, a rhythm that resonates across continents and millennia. Some nights, when the moon rides high, one might hear distant drums carried on humid breezes, as if the site once hosted ceremonies that bridged earth and sky. Those sounds may belong to present-day gatherings, or perhaps they awaken echoes from dreams that endure beneath the stones. In either case, Gunung Padang remains a living canvas, painted anew by each visitor's imagination. As we depart, the mound recedes behind us, yet its presence lingers, a subtle melody woven into memory. In the end, Gunung Padang asks us to yield to wonder, to explore without demanding finality. It invites us to dance with paradox, to hold skepticism beside reverence. Every layer peeled back reveals more questions of technology, of ritual, of lost civilizations that may have flourished in a time before written records. As we tread carefully on its terraces, we become part of a lineage of explorers, each dreaming of what once was and what might yet be. In its silent grandeur, the buried pyramid of deep time becomes a testament to humanity's enduring curiosity and boundless imagination. The sky above Karahan Tepe is a deep indigo, unbroken by stars, as if the heavens themselves pause in reverence. A gentle wind stirs dust from age-worn stones, carrying with it the echoes of chants that have long since wandered beyond mortal memory. Here, time softens its edges, and the land seems to breathe with the weight of secrets so old they predate reckoning. In this hushed cradle of earth and sky, the pillars rise like midnight guardians, each one an invitation to wander deeper into a world where the boundaries of history and myth blur. Stepping into the hollow core of Karahan Tepe feels like sinking into a dream too vast to grasp. The ground slopes gently toward sunken enclosures where enormous slabs of stone stand in silent congress. Each monolith bears an imprint of intention, lines traced by unknown hands, curves that mirror the arc of the serpent, figures that seem to pulse with hidden life. As one moves among them, a certain reverence takes hold, as if the very atmosphere is infused with the contemplative hush of a temple built by souls attuned to cosmic rhythms. In the half-light of dawn, the chronology of this place unfurls like a scroll written by vanished scribes. Radiocarbon tests whisper dates around 10,000 BCE, a time when humanity was believed to wander in small, transient bands. Yet here is proof of architecture so deliberate, it calls into question the very story we tell about our beginnings. Could there have been gatherings of the mind and spirit before the first seeds of agriculture were sown? Might these pillars represent an earlier chapter of our kind, one shaped by ritual rather than subsistence? Archaeologists speak of nomads and hunters, but the stones speak of something more, an impulse to transcend. They evoke gatherings under sprawling skies, where a communal will summon earth and sky into alignment. Was Karahan Tepe a threshold between worlds, a sanctuary where the veil between the human and the divine grew thin? Each pillar seems to ask, what drove those early architects to raise such weighty testaments into the air, even before cities and kingdoms took shape? Navigating the plan of the site, one senses a purpose beyond mere shelter or defense. The sunken chambers cradle the pillars, creating an intimate space that draws visitors inward, both physically and spiritually. In those trenches, one might imagine the hum of chants resonating off stone walls, the low vibration of voices calling to the stars, seeking communion with realms unseen. This was architecture born of aspiration, not of commerce or conquest, a vessel for rites that evaded the record of conventional history. The artistry carved into the pillars is at once raw and refined. Abstract motifs and animal forms entwine in a dialogue older than written language. A boar's snout curls into a swirl that could be a river or a galaxy. A bird stretches its wings, as though poised to carry prayers upward. These images remind us that the ancients perceived themselves not as dominators of nature, but as actors within its living tapestry. Their stone storytellers urge us to remember a time when every creature, the serpent, the fox, the ibex, was part of an intricate web of meaning. Those familiar T-shaped forms speak in a language that transcends geography, a universal glyph whose true significance remains veiled. Some scholars propose they mirror the human figure, arms raised in supplication or triumph. Others sense a cosmic totem, a conduit between the terrestrial and the celestial. The universe is not outside of you, wrote Rumi, and perhaps here the ancients carved that understanding into granite, reminding us that within each pillar lies a mirror of our own boundless potential. The bond between stone and symbol is most palpable in the intricate carvings that ripple across the pillar's surfaces. Spirals, chevrons, and swirling lines seem to coalesce into a kind of proto-script, a code that may narrate origin myths or chart visionary journeys. With each etched groove, the site becomes less a ruin than a living manuscript, inviting modern seekers to decipher messages etched by hands, guided by insight rather than ink. Descending into the deepest chamber, the air grows cooler, and the light softens to a silver glow. Here, in this hidden sanctum, the stones curve protectively around a central locus, as though embracing an idea too precious to expose. One can almost sense a hush of expectation. The space feels consecrated for revelations, a retreat where visionary leaders might have withdrawn to access higher wisdom. In that subterranean hush, mortal concerns seem to dissolve, leaving only the pulse of something timeless. Carved stone heads peer from the walls, their gazes inscrutable. Their features, both human and otherworldly, suggest a gallery of ancestors or deities who once presided over ceremonies of transformation. Nearby, serpentine lines coil across slabs, their sinuous forms hinting at cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The serpent, a motif repeated at Göbekli Tepe and other Anatolian sites, appears here as well, a silent emblem of primal energy winding through the ages. Each serpent motif ripples with meaning. Is it a symbol of regeneration, its skin shedding a metaphor for renewal? Or might it represent the river of consciousness, winding through hidden realms of the psyche? In cultures as diverse as ancient Egypt and pre-Columbian America, The serpent signifies both creative and destructive forces. Here, its image seems to insist that the architects of Karahan Tepe revered the dual nature of existence, embracing both shadow and light in their sacred designs. The carved heads stand as sentinels of an inner world. Their wide eyes, some gazing skyward, others fixed on the earth, suggest a communion between two domains. Were these figures ancestors who once guided communal life, or embodiments of celestial beings themselves? In the silent interplay of stone and shadow, they challenge us to consider that the line between human and divine was not as sharply drawn then as it often feels today. Above, the pillars align with subtle precision, hinting at a celestial choreography. In the glow of dawn, or under a rising full moon, certain stones seem to echo the position of stars. Orion's belt, perhaps, or the Pleiades cluster. Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known, Carl Sagan observed. And here that sense of wonder remains undiminished. Whether by deliberate design or uncanny serendipity, the site invites contemplation of humanity's place in the cosmic order. Astronomical alignments thread through ancient sites worldwide, but at Karahan Tepe they feel imbued with a particularly intimate intention. These stones may have served as observatories, marking solstices or equinoxes, enabling early astronomers to map the heavens. Yet they also functioned as metaphors, reminding rituals participants that the cycles of sun and moon mirror the great spirals of birth, death, and renewal echoed in every human life. Who, then, were the builders who shaped this enigma from limestone? We know little beyond their extraordinary skill with hammer and chisel, yet one senses they belonged to a society suffused with spiritual purpose. Their efforts required both physical endurance and coordinated effort, a collective will that bonded individuals into a community dedicated to crafting monuments of lasting meaning. Speculation about their social structure touches on questions of leadership, ritual, and shared vision. Did a council of elders guide the construction, or was the knowledge diffused evenly among participants who grasped equal stakes in the site's creation? Whatever the case, the result surpasses mere architecture. It testifies to a civilization whose collective imagination wove stone into an extension of their spiritual longing. The stones themselves speak in a tongue older than any known dialect, whispering through textures worn smooth by the caress of millennia. In their quietude, they ask us to listen, to enter a dialogue beyond words. Each groove and carving becomes a prompt for introspection, an open door through which modern minds can glimpse a mode of thinking free from contemporary constraints. Within that silence lie potent provocations. Could an understanding of these ancient messages require unlearning cherished assumptions about progress and linear history? Perhaps to hear fully the stone's message, we must quiet our own inner noise, feeling the pulse of shared human curiosity that once drove these hands to chisel fate into rock. Beneath the dust and shadows, Karahan Tepe holds strands of spiritual narratives long forgotten. In those narratives, the seasons, the stars, and the souls of animals all converge in ceremonies that celebrated the interwoven fabric of existence. The carvings evoke rites of passage, initiation, union, transformation, echoing themes found in sacred traditions around the globe. Communal rituals likely shaped the very heart of this place. Imagine gatherings around roaring fires, voices lifted in unison, drums echoing the heartbeat of the earth. Here, the boundary between individual and collective dissolved, replaced by a shared resonance that bound participants into a living tapestry of awe and devotion. That communal spirit extended beyond mere gathering. It fostered unity with the cosmos. In ritual dance and solemn prayer, these ancient people may have experienced what Mircea Eliade called hierophany, the manifestation of the sacred within the profane world. Their ceremonies linked them not only to each other, but to the unfolding story of life itself. Embedded in the layout of Karahan Tepe is the geometry of the divine. Circles, axes, and angles converge to form an architectural language that speaks of balance and proportion. Sacred geometry whispers of the golden ratio, the spiral of nautilus shells, the latticework of galaxies. Here, the builders impressed those patterns upon stone, creating spaces that resonate with harmonies both earthly and celestial. In those deliberate designs, one senses a belief that form and proportion could channel higher energies. The precision of orientation, the spacing of pillars, even the dimensions of the sunken enclosures, all reflect an understanding that geometry was not mere mathematics, but a veiled scripture inscribed by artisans who saw the world as an interplay of measurable mysteries. Under the silent canopy of the past, cosmic enigmas wind their way through these stones. Were they mapped to the star of Sirius, or aligned for lunar standstills? Did they chart the cycle of eclipses, embedding prophetic markings in their foundations? Each possibility deepens the sense that Karahan Tepe was both an earthly city of stone and a celestial manuscript awaiting attentive eyes. The construction itself verges on alchemy, transmuting raw rock into vessels of sacred intent. Here, matter becomes metaphor, granite becomes glyph, and architecture becomes ritual. Each carved pillar blends utilitarian craft with visionary purpose, suggesting the builders saw no division between the tangible and the transcendent. To appreciate Karahan Tepe fully, one must stand in mindful companionship with Göbekli Tepe, its better-known sister a few miles to the south. Together they form a pair of cosmic sentinels, sharing carved motifs, aligned axes, and an uncanny simultaneity of design. Their coexistence hints at a cultural continuum, a network of shared knowledge that reached across the valleys to shape a region's spiritual geography. In contemplating both sites, the story of human emergence unfolds not as the triumph of necessity, but as an expression of communal consciousness. Stone upon stone, these monuments suggest our ancestors first gathered to celebrate intangible truths before forging the implements of agriculture and settlement. The foundations of early spirituality appear here in elemental form. The pillars speak of longing, to touch the heavens, to record ephemeral visions, to anchor fleeting thoughts in stone. Each polished surface recalls the spark of insight that inspired humans to say, "We are part of something larger than ourselves." Echoes of a forgotten wisdom softly reverberate within these ruins. Organic motifs carved into stone hint at a worldview in which sky, earth, plant, and beast shared a seamless life force. Those echoes invite modern hearts to remember a unity once known and then obscured by the noise of progress. Across the gulf of time, Karahan Tepe becomes a bridge, spanning epochs and reminding us that the impulse to create ritual spaces is as ancient as the impulse to speak. Its pillars serve as arcs of memory, linking our curiosity with that of long-gone visionaries who looked skyward and carved their wonder into rock. Viewed alongside ancient enigmas from Peru to Malta, Karahan Tepe occupies a place in a global tapestry of mystery. Here, as elsewhere, societies inscribed their reverence into stone. Egypt's Nabta Playa, the temples of Malta, the submerged megaliths off Dwarka. each a chapter in a hidden narrative of early human ingenuity. The living ruins of Karahan Tepe beckon time travelers of the soul. Anyone who lingers among these stones may sense an invitation to step beyond linear chronology and touch a moment when humanity embraced both earth and sky in a single breath. To stand here is to press a hand against the pulse of something vast and persistent. Architectural resonances ripple through the site, carrying the imprint of cosmic narratives. Each pillar, each carved animal, each spiraling line tells a fragment of a story that unfolds across civilizations and centuries. In that unfolding, Karahan Tepe stands not as an isolated oddity, but as part of a profound dialogue, a conversation between ancient hearts and ours, carried on the breath of silent stones. Imagine a mist-shrouded dawn in the Ural wilderness, centuries of silence broken only by the distant cry of a bird and the quiet drip of water through moss-laden trees. Beneath your feet, ancient peat sleeps, insulating mysteries long forgotten. It was here, in 1894, that gold prospectors, intent on the Earth's hidden wealth, struck something far more precious than metal. A colossal wooden figure, nearly 3 meters tall, its weathered surface etched with cryptic patterns. In that moment of unveiling, time itself seemed to exhale, surrendering a fragile relic from a world before cities, before agriculture, before history was ever written. This is the Shigir idol, a sentinel of the Mesolithic dawn, its wooden frame bearing witness to a human consciousness as yet uncharted by conventional archaeology. When scholars first laid eyes on the idol, excitement and puzzlement rippled through early 20th century Europe. Encased for millennia in the acidic embrace of a peat bog, the sculpture emerged astonishingly intact, a time capsule sprung open at the edge of the modern era. Radiocarbon testing later whispered its true age, some 12,000 years, pushing it back to the thaw at the end of the last ice age. Its faces, carved with deliberate solemnity, peer out from the amber-hued wood, while lines of zigzags, chevrons, and ever-shifting geometric bands sweep across its torso. Here, the drumming pulse of humanity's earliest myths seems to resonate through every furrowed groove. At the heart of the Urals, Mesolithic hunter-gatherers moved with the seasons, weaving a life from the bounty of rivers and forests. They bore no written script, yet wood was their parchment. The labor of felling, shaping, and carving this idol would have demanded communal effort, perhaps overseen by those who served as tribal visionaries. Every line cut into the trunk held meaning, a map of the cosmos, a prayer for safe passage into unseen realms, or a ledger of celestial events. When the bog's cold, anoxic waters closed around the figure, they sealed not only wood, but a fragment of a belief system beyond our reckoning. Peat bogs are nature's alchemical preserves, where acidic waters and the absence of oxygen arrest decay and cradle organic forms in a hushed stasis. Within that watery coffin, fungi and bacteria slipped into a slow dormancy, unable to dissolve the idol's grain or erode its fine carvings. In the silt and pollen trapped alongside the statue, scientists later uncovered hints of the surrounding flora: willow, birch, and larch, and the shifting wetlands that blanketed the land. Thus was a portrait painted of a vibrant Mesolithic world, frozen in time and reanimated by modern inquiry. The idol's surface is a labyrinth of symbols, zigzag lines that could mimic the ripple of water or the shimmer of light on leaves, chevron bands that suggest mountain ridges or the rib-like embrace of the forest canopy. Some see in these forms proto-writing, a language of wood that predates clay tablets and inked papyrus. In these carvings, we glimpse the dawn of semiotic thought, an urge to encode stories, myths, and perhaps laws, an early tiptoe toward the written word. As above, so below, the Hermetic maxim whispers to mind, reminding us that even in our distant origins, we sought to mirror heaven's order on Earth's surface. Interpretations of the Shigir carvings drift between scholarly rigor and poetic reverie. Some propose that the patterns chart lunar phases, tracking the slow dance of night's pale lantern. Others suggest an atlas of migration routes, etched to honor the spirits of animals and rivers. A few envision shamanic keys, unlocking portals through trance. One can almost hear whispered chants echoing in candlelit groves. Regardless of the precise meaning, each motif testifies to an inner world rich in symbolism, an artful confluence of practical necessity and spiritual exploration. Towering above, carved faces gaze out with an unsettling serenity. One visage bears large, hooded eyes and a pronounced mouth, its features carved with care and layered twice along the wooden shaft. Another face peers from mid-body, its lines echoing those above, as though representing multiple states of being: youth, adulthood, perhaps even death. Such anthropomorphic design may signal ancestral guardianship, a totemic embodiment of tribal memory. In their silent watchfulness, they connect the living with the dead, the present with the dim thresholds of the unknown. The cultural context of this creation unfolds against the final ebb of Ice Age chill. Bands of hunter-gatherers inhabited the forested expanses, their lives balanced on an edge of survival and celebration. They shaped tools from stone and bone, wove baskets from reed and fiber, and told stories beneath flickering torchlight. In these communities, the spiritual and the mundane merged. Every hunt was an offering, every dawn a new covenant with unseen forces. The Shigir idol stands as a testament to such a worldview, where ritual and artistry were inseparable, and where the cosmos was conjured in wood and shadow. Across distant lands and times, we find resonant echoes of this primal impulse. The Venus figurines of the Upper Paleolithic, ivory carvings of small, rounded women, speak to a shared fascination with form and fertility. Australia's cave paintings, North America's petroglyphs, each whispers of the human longing to inscribe meaning on stone, hide, or bark. The idol's grandeur and scale set it apart, yet it joins a global chorus of early artists who sought to bridge mind and matter through symbol. These relics cluster around spirituality like stars around a moon. The Shigir idol may have stood at the center of ceremonies, a silent oracle consulted in hunt, feast, or rite of passage. Perhaps its base rested in a circular clearing, ritual fires kindled at its feet as drummers summoned animal spirits. Its presence could have drawn the clan together, offering a tangible focal point for collective reverence. In many traditions, objects bear power. The shrunken heads of Amazonian tribes, the carved masks of Africa, the totem poles of the Pacific Northwest. In each, humanity channels transcendence through material form. When modern researchers applied carbon dating and dendrochronology, the idol's true antiquity emerged with startling clarity. Radiocarbon tests on tiny wood samples set its creation firmly within a narrow window of time, while analysis of tree rings hinted at the year of felling. Today, advanced imaging peels back surface grime to reveal subtle incisions long hidden by peat stains. Infrared photography captures ghostly outlines of carvings worn nearly smooth. laser scanning produces digital facsimiles, invitations to study every groove in exquisite detail without risking damage to the fragile original. Though unique in scale and age, the idol finds distant kinship in other wooden wonders. The Pes canoe of the Netherlands, hollowed from a single log some 10,000 years ago, speaks to the same mastery of timber. The Nydam boat from Denmark's bogs, though centuries younger, shares the bog's preservative magic. Both remind us that wood was, for early peoples, a living canvas, one shaped by strategy, ceremony, and survival across millennia. Long after its rediscovery, the idol continues to inspire contemporary artists and thinkers. Painters reference its angular carvings, weaving them into abstract canvases that explore memory and time. Writers drift into poetic meditations on its faces, imagining dialogues between hunter-gatherer mystics and modern dreamers. Musicians sample its echo in sonic installations, blending the creak of wood with ambient drones. Each creative echo is a reminder. Deep within us lies a chamber of ancestral wonder, keyed to rhythms older than any city. Scholarly debates swirl around the idol's meaning as persistently as autumn mist on a northern bog. Some scholars insist on strictly material explanations: a boundary marker, a clan insignia, an elaborate totem pole. Others defend its spiritual significance, citing parallels with Siberian shamanic poles and Celtic standing stones. Theory duels with theory, yet no single interpretation overwhelms the others. Instead, the idol thrives in its ambiguity, inviting successive generations to listen, question, and dream. Recent studies of early Eurasian nomadic groups lend further nuance. These societies, traversing vast steppes and forested corridors, bore oral traditions and shamanic lineages that may resonate with the idol's symbolic vocabulary. Ethnographers record Siberian tribes whose ritual poles, guarded within sacred groves, emerged as living entities, guardians of clan identity. Might the Shigir carvers have belonged to a related cultural stream? Their wooden sentinel an ancestor of poles still revered in remote valleys? Climatic shifts at the end of the Ice Age reshaped landscapes and livelihoods. As glaciers retreated, new waterways carved their courses, inviting flora and fauna into fresh habitats. Humans adapted, following game herds, planting gardens in sheltered hollows, or forging seasonal camps near rivers. In this flux, the Shigir idol stands not only as an artistic creation, but as a response to ecological upheaval, a gesture of reverence or supplication to powers beyond human control. Patterns carved into the idol evoke a universal grammar of symbolism. Spirals, chevrons, zigzags, a vocabulary found across Celtic stones, Native American pottery, and Southeast Asian textiles. Such motifs might represent cosmic cycles, life's dualities, or the ebb and flow of rivers and seasons. By tracing these lines, we trace the shared cognitive impulse that shaped art and myth from Patagonia to Siberia, from ancient Sumer to Amazonian clearings. Over 12 millennia, the idol's legacy has outlived kingdoms and religions. It transcends the categories of art, artifact, and relic, drawing us into a continuous line of human creativity. Each study, each exhibition, becomes a new chapter in its story. Even in fragments and digital reproductions, its presence exerts a gravity that pulls scholars, artists, and the curious toward questions about origin, purpose, and the vast interior landscapes of early minds. When we contemplate the idol's complexity, our assumptions about prehistoric cognition tremble. How did Mesolithic carvers conceive such intricate symbolism? What rituals sharpened their focus? What narratives guided their hands? Carl Jung once mused, Symbols are not the soul's ornamentation, but its necessary tool. Here, in a wooden monolith, we glimpse the mind's earliest toolkit, an amalgam of art, ritual, and existential inquiry. Long before writing etched histories on stone or clay, oral tradition wove events into shared memory. Around campfires, tales of hunts and visions spun myths that bound communities across generations. The Şigur idol, silent yet eloquent, carries fragments of those whispered stories. Each groove might mark a hero's deed, each face a chapter of lineage, each band a seasonal rite of passage. In its carved script, the voices of ancient storytellers still murmur beneath our modern tongues. For centuries, the idol slumbered beneath peat's embrace, forgotten by time and untouched by human hands. In rediscovery, it emerged as both messenger and muse, an emissary from a horizon lost to history. Its resurrection reminds us how fragile our past can be, how easily whole worlds slip into oblivion. Yet it also offers hope, that with care, curiosity, and reverence, we can recover echoes of our shared origins. On a psychological level, the Şigur idol stirs something universal. Its form provokes awe, an inexplicable tug at the soul's longing for roots. Even today, viewers report a quiet thrill at meeting its gaze, a fleeting brush with ancestors whose lives and thoughts remain otherwise inaccessible. In that exchange, past and present convene, and we sense the continuity of human wonder stretching across uncounted generations. The idol's image drifts into films, novels, and exhibitions, sparking imaginative recreations of lost rituals. In documentaries, it becomes both subject and character, a silent interlocutor in conversations with archaeologists, artists, and spiritual seekers. As a cultural icon, it embodies the tension between scientific curiosity and mystical longing, inviting each beholder to choose a path of reverence or skepticism, or perhaps a balance of both. Looking ahead, researchers envision new layers of understanding yet to be coaxed from the wood. Non-invasive scanning, pollen DNA analysis, and even microscopic residue tests promise fresh insights into the environment, the pigments once applied, or the tool marks left by prehistoric hands. Ethical considerations accompany this research. How to study without harming, how to honor the beliefs of descendant communities, and how to steward a heritage that belongs to all humanity. Finally, the Şigur idol beckons us to contemplation. It invites a moment of stillness, a pause in our restless rush through screens and schedules. In its aged grain and carved depths, we find an echo of our own search for meaning, our own desire to weave symbols of identity and faith. Standing before a facsimile or peering at high-resolution scans, we are drawn into a dialogue with distant carvers, unspeaking yet profoundly articulate. As we trace the final contour of this ancient code, we recognize that the Şigur idol is more than a vestige of Mesolithic art. It is a mirror reflecting our shared humanity, a wooden bridge between epochs. In its silent presence, we touch the pulse of early consciousness, and we remember that the drive to shape, to symbolize, to connect, is not a modern luxury, but the enduring heartbeat of our species. In that timeless resonance, we find kinship with the hands that carved it, and with every soul that has ever stood in wonder before a mystery older than civilization itself. When the gentle currents of time soften the edges of stones and the sea reclaims what once was, mysterious formations emerge like half-remembered dreams. Beneath the clear blue waters off Bimini, ghostly rectangles press against the sandy bottom, stretching in a near linear hush for almost 1,000 meters. In 1968, an aerial survey by J. Manson Valentine revealed a pattern so precise that conventional geology seemed insufficient. Are these the remnants of an ancient pathway built by hands long vanished, or merely the choreography of sediment and tide? The question drifts into the coral gardens like a prayer left unanswered. Locals tell of sunken temples, and Edgar Cayce's prophecies of Atlantis breathe life into the stones, casting them as markers of a civilization lost to the waves. Each block, worn smooth, glows with possibility, inviting us to wonder whether this is nature's quiet artistry or the fading outline of a human story that predates history itself. To look upon these stones is to wander between science and myth. Geologists speak softly of beach rock and lithified sand, sedimentary layers pressed into shape by pressure, minerals, and time. Currents scoured their surfaces while calcium cemented them into plaques on the ocean floor. Evidence of natural layering can be found in formations around the world, they say, where beach rock bands lie parallel to the shore before sinking beneath rising seas. And yet the rigid angles, the uncanny consistency and size, and the deliberate semblance of a roadway nudge our rational mind toward another possibility: that these stones carry the imprint of hands that chose, carved, and placed them with intention. Some divers, tracing the lines with gloved fingertips, swear they feel chisel marks, faint incisions along the block edges. They imagine ancient masons wading ankle-deep in salt water, guiding heavy stones into place, fashioning a causeway to an offshore sanctuary. In this vision, the Bimini Road becomes a precise design of a coastal culture in communion with the sea, an embankment or quay, perhaps, or the remains of a ritual walkway leading to a temple lost beneath the swell. If so, who were these builders? What knowledge did they possess of stone and geometry? How did they hoist blocks weighing hundreds of kilograms and align them with such subtle regularity? Each untested theory spirals into deeper questions, pulling us away from certainty and into the hush of speculation. Edgar Cayce, America's sleeping prophet, has left echoes of this enigmatic place in years-old trance readings. He spoke of a sunken empire, a highly advanced people whose culture flourished in the Caribbean before vanishing beneath them. In the 1930s, Cayce predicted that ruins of Atlantis would rise around Bimini in the late 1960s, a prophecy that seemed eerily validated by Valentine's aerial footage. Whether one sees astrology or coincidence in these words, Cayce's vision has stitched Atlantis and the Bimini Road together in the popular mind. It is as though the stones themselves beckon us to believe in something grander than our textbooks allow, urging us to peer beyond the veil of conventional timelines and to consider that human history might be richer and stranger than we dare imagine. The sea that veils the Bimini Road is an archivist both generous and unforgiving. Underwater archaeology demands specialized tools and a patience that rivals the slow drag of marine sediment. Visibility can vanish with a shift in tides, and storms churn silt into impenetrable gray walls. Researchers descend with cameras and sonar scanners, mapping lines in 3D and collecting samples of rock and shell. Every dive is a negotiation with nature's elements. Currents that pull them off course, encrustations of coral that obscure the original stone faces, and biofilm that smooths away any human mark. Yet with each careful measurement, new data emerges. The orientation of blocks in relation to the nearby shoreline, depths that align with paleo sea levels, the faint ridges that speak of eroded caves and fallen columns. Each revelation becomes a verse in the endless hymn of exploration. Turning from the stones themselves, we drift back in time to the island's first inhabitants. Long before Columbus glimpsed their shores, the Taino and Siboney peoples navigated these channels, their canoes carving gentle paths through the mangroves. Skilled astronomers and fishermen, they read the sky and the sea as one continuous scroll. Might they, or their ancestors, have been the architects of a submerged causeway? Perhaps they arrived already inheritors of an older wisdom, passed down through generations. To imagine such a scenario is to see the Caribbean not as a blank slate, but as a layered tapestry of human ingenuity, where every shoreline hides invisible lines of ancestry, and every current carries a story that twines with our own. Across continents and oceans, myths of lost worlds shimmer with a similar glow. Plato's dialogues speak of Atlantis as a mighty island power swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. In the Pacific, Lemuria emerges in occult lore as a vanished continent tracing a path from Madagascar to India. Stories of Mu whisper through the mountains of Central America, and golden cities like El Dorado gleam in South American dreams. The Bimini stones seem to hum alongside these legends, a cipher in stone that beckons us toward deeper truths. Are these global myths the echoes of cataclysms we have yet to fully decode, or symbolic keys to the human longing for origin tales and hidden knowledge? When we place the Bimini Road in this tapestry, each carved block feels like a letter in a cosmic poem. Speculating on purpose brings us to the shape and scale of the stones themselves. Some researchers see a ceremonial causeway, a threshold marking the boundary between the mortal and the divine. Others imagine a seawall built to protect a harbor now vanished beneath the waves. The gentle slope of the beach rock might have served as a ramp for canoes, an assembly of anchor points to moor rafts laden with fish or ceremonial goods. If these blocks were laid by a sophisticated culture, their design could reveal priorities of ceremony, commerce, or defense, echoes of stone pathways in Mycenae through the ruins of Teotihuacan, or toward Inca citadels perched in the Andes. Each functional theory succeeds in grounding our wonder in human needs, the desire for refuge, the longing for ritual, and the drive to link land and sea. But to understand the Bimini Road, we must also read the wider script of oceanography. At the height of the last ice age, sea levels clung nearly 100 meters lower than today's. Bimini would then have been dry land, a stretch of beaches and forests where people might have walked, hunted, and built. Slowly, as glaciers melted, the ocean pressed inward, drowning coasts and pathways. Trapped within rising waters, the beach rock froze in time, an echo of a vanished shoreline. By analyzing sediment cores, scientists reconstruct these vanished landscapes, revealing reefs that thrived in freshwater lakes or river valleys now hidden beneath saltwater. Such reconstructions allow us to glimpse the environments where early builders could have gathered stones, sculpted them by the shore, and watched as their creations were gradually claimed by rising tides. Yet every element of the Bimini Road invites contrasting interpretations. For some, natural forces align to produce a geometric marvel, tidal pounding that fractures rock along lines of weakness and arranges blocks as if by invisible hands. Skeptics point to other beach rock formations sculpted by waves at similar angles. For believers in ancient craftsmanship, however, the uniformity in block dimensions and right angles hints at a deliberate plan. They speak of a faint grid, emerging only when one steps back, that cannot be accident alone. These opposing views transform the site into a theater of debate, where geological science and pseudoscientific speculation each press their cases, shrouding the stones in an aura both contentious and enthralling. Not far from the Bimini Road, other underwater anomalies cluster like a quiet choir. Near Andros Island lie circular stone arrangements and pedestal-like formations, inviting comparisons and further questions. Are they siblings of the Bimini Pathway, fragments of a larger network of submerged architectures built along an ancient coastline? Or are they separate notes in the score of marine geology? When researchers document these correlated sites, they seek patterns in density, orientation, and composition, hoping that a comparative study will either confirm a human hand in the work or reinforce the poet's notion that nature composes symmetries of her own accord. Amid these stones, the hunt for artifacts becomes a pilgrimage. Divers sift through sediments for tools, shards of pottery, or worked stones that might bear witness to human activity. But the ocean is no neutral archive. It erodes, buries, and transforms. Any wooden implements vanished long ago, and ceramic fragments sink beneath layers of sand. A single worked flake of chert or a piece of organic matter suitable for carbon dating could tip the scales of interpretation, but such finds remain elusive. Still, the possibility beckons like a torch in the darkness. If one piece of evidence emerges, the narrative could shift from speculation to revelation. Comparisons with other megalithic marvels offer a mirror in which to view the Bimini enigma. Beneath the Sea of Japan, the Yonaguni monument stretches in geometric terraces that some call a natural staircase, others an ancient shrine. On the Peruvian coast, walls of Sexy reveal mortar-less stones that fit like puzzle pieces under moonlight. In the Mediterranean, submerged ruins of sunken harbors whisper of Bronze Age engineers. These parallels remind us that human creativity and nature's sculpting can intertwine so closely that even trained eyes hesitate. The Bimini stones exist in this global seminar, joined by other submerged structures that test the limits of geology and archaeology. We also listen for voices that predate our written records. Indigenous tales from the Caribbean drift ashore in fragments. Stories of gatherings beside temples of white stone, of sacred pathways marked by gods, and songs that speak of a time when land and sea were one continuum. These oral histories carry symbols of power, places of reverence where the boundary between spirit and flesh thinned. When researchers approach the stones, some consult elders and storytellers, weaving local myth into the academic tapestry. In doing so, they honor knowledge forms that do not rely on carbon dates, but on memory and ritual, the lifeblood of communities who have never lost sight of their ancestral lands, even when those lands slipped beneath the waves. In pursuit of clarity, science arms itself with ever more sophisticated technologies. Autonomous underwater vehicles hum gently through the depths, its sensors tracing lines invisible to divers. High-resolution sonar renders the stones in ghostly relief on digital screens, revealing subtle inclines and overlaps. Isotope analysis of the calcite cement promises to reveal the age of the blocks to within centuries, while geochemical fingerprints trace their origin to nearby quarries or distant riverbeds. Each technological leap feels like a new incantation, a ritual performed for the stones themselves, inviting them to speak at last. It is a slow and meticulous dance, where patience often yields more than haste could ever deliver. Over the years, expeditions have come and gone, each leaving behind reports that refuel the mystery. Teams from Europe and the Americas collaborate under the sun, their instruments glinting once or twice in Bimini's bright light. They map, they sample, they argue and revise. Some emerge convinced of human intervention, describing the road as the last witness of a forgotten port. Others retreat into the realm of geology, pointing out the patterns of erosion and delivery. Their journals, thick with data and speculation, remind us that each question answered births two new ones, and that the Bimini Road is a riddle that refuses to bow to simple solutions. Meanwhile, the story of the road reaches beyond academic circles, inspiring travelers to slip beneath the waves themselves. Tour operators speak in reverent tones, guiding snorkelers through shallows where schools of fish weave among the stones. Museums host exhibits with enlarged photographs, and lectures on college campuses frame the site as a case study in wonder. The public fascination feeds itself in an endless loop. Articles spark visits, visits spark new photos, photos spur fresh articles. Through this feedback, a cultural icon emerges, a monument not only of stone, but of our collective yearning to touch the past. In the age of streaming and podcasts, the Bimini Road attains new forms. Documentaries layer poetic narration over drone footage, while podcasters retell Casey's prophecies with hushed excitement. Animated sequences imagine Atlantean priests walking the causeway, torches in hand. Such portrayals, while occasionally veering toward sensationalism, also keep the conversation alive, inviting diverse audiences into the fold. It is here, in the meeting of technology and storytelling, that the stones find new voices, voices that speak of geometry and prophecy, of sonar echoes and spiritual longing, blending them into one continuous hum beneath the waves. Reconstructing the ancient seascape remains essential to any coherent narrative. Sediment cores extracted from ocean floors reveal layers of pollen, tiny shells, and volcanic ash, each whispering what the world was like 10,000 years ago. Analysts trace shifts in sea temperature and salinity, charting the ebb and flow of habitats. Where a coral reef now thrives, once there were mangrove forests or grassy plains. By piecing together these data points, researchers sketch maps of ancient coastlines, maps on which the Bimini Road appears not as an underwater enigma, but as a humble track on dry land, leading perhaps to settlements now forever lost. All the while, we must balance rigor with imagination. Too strict a reliance on test tubes and microscopes can dim the flame of wonder, while unchecked myth can shatter the lens of credibility. The art lies in letting both perspectives breathe, as if we stand at an altar where evidence and dream commune in soft candlelight. Here, the Bimini stones become teachers, reminding us that every mystery holds the potential for discovery, and every discovery can feel like a story whispered by the sea itself. Preserving these underwater sites demands another kind of devotion. Bimini's marine ecosystem is fragile, its corals vulnerable to rising temperatures and pollution. When divers tread gently across the stones, they become guardians as well as observers. Conservationists collaborate with local communities to regulate tourism, ensuring that curious guests do not disturb the delicate coral gardens or accelerate erosion of the beach rock. Fundraising campaigns support research vessels and cleanup initiatives, weaving the stones into a larger narrative of ocean stewardship and cultural respect. In caring for the Bimini Road, we learn that exploration and preservation are two sides of the same coin. Looking ahead, we can almost hear the echo of new revelations waiting in the depths. Unexplored trenches lie just beyond the known path, their silty floors untouched by submersibles. If sensors venture farther still, might they uncover additional stretches of pavement or previously hidden chambers? Could there be tools or carvings that prosper under layers of sand? The promise of future discovery keeps teams returning season after season, buoyed by the knowledge that the ocean's archive may yet produce a keystone to unlock this enduring riddle. In this unfolding drama, the Bimini Road stands as a testament to humanity's shared impulse to build, to explore, to link earth and water. Whether these stones are sculpted by nature's patient hand or positioned by ancient engineers, they embody a universal narrative that we seek meaning in patterns, that we honor thresholds, and that we forge pathways between worlds. Their silent presence beneath the sunlit shallows invites us to reflect on the unity of purpose that runs through human history, a unity that transcends time, geography, and culture. The stones also serve as beacons for educators. Teachers and mentors bring students to lab benches and lecture halls, using the Bimini Road to demonstrate interdisciplinary inquiry. Lessons in geology, archaeology, oceanography, and mythology converge, offering young minds a chance to grapple with uncertainty and to celebrate the interplay of facts and fancies. Workshops on remote sensing or carbon dating give hands-on experience, while creative writing prompts encourage students to imagine lives that touched these stones. In this way, the Bimini Road becomes more than a site. It becomes a classroom without walls, a canvas for curiosity. At the close of each expedition, as instruments are stowed and divers ascend into the sunlight, there is a shared sense that this journey is far from over. The Bimini Road remains a threshold, an invitation to look beneath surfaces, in waters both literal and metaphorical. Each exploration teaches us patience, reverence, and the humility that comes from standing before mysteries that outmatch our swiftest answers. Here, time seems to slow, like soft currents slipping around one's ankles, reminding us that the most profound discoveries rarely arrive in a flash, but unfold quietly, one vista at a time. Beneath Bimini's waves, the stones lie in patient vigil, guardians of stories untold. They whisper of vanished shores and possible civilizations that walked this land long before memory was etched in clay tablets or inked on papyrus. They hum with the tension between scientific proof and poetic longing, beckoning curious souls to listen. In their stony lines, we sense an unbroken thread, tying our 21st century gaze to the hands that shaped them, the waters that bore them, and the dreams that drew them from the earth. Such is the lasting enchantment of the Bimini Road, an ancient mystery forever poised between becoming and undoing, inviting us to wander its silent corridors and touch the edge of the unknown. A soft wind breathes across the silent plateau of Nabta Playa, stirring grains of ochre-colored sand that glint like scattered stars beneath the desert sun. In this remote basin, once an emerald lake fed by monsoon rains, the earth remembers a time when life gathered around glistening pools, when herds of antelope and cattle wandered freely beneath open skies. Now, the basin rests under an unbroken canopy of brilliant blue by day and a velvet tapestry of constellations at night. Amid this stillness lie dozens of enigmatic stone circles, monoliths of memory carved by hands, long turned to dust. They stand in silent vigil, guardians of a cosmic dialogue between earth and sky, wrought in rough-hewn granite pillars and unyielding quartzite slabs, each positioned with an intentional whisper of geometry. Under their stony chorus, the ancient people of Nabta Playa inscribed their longing for order in an ever-shifting world, tracing circles and lines that echo the passages of the sun, moon, and stars. As we follow their spoor, we sense the hum of a civilization poised between survival and transcendence, drawn by something greater than mere existence. When archaeologists first arrived in the mid-20th century, they peered down from dusty rooftops at scattered stones and pottery shards, unable at first to grasp their silent language. Gradually, through patient excavation and aerial photography, the outlines of a grand celestial observatory emerged. Rings of stones aligned to mark solstices and equinoxes with surprising precision. These markers predate Stonehenge by some 4,000 years, placing Nabta Playa among the oldest known astronomical sites on Earth. Here, in the final chapters of the African humid period, seasonal rains transformed the Sahara into a tapestry of grasslands and shallow lakes. Nomadic pastoralists arrived to find a living canvas upon which they could weave their rituals, their myths, and their science. Over generations, they coaxed jagged stones from the ground, shaping them into points of cosmic reference. With each addition, they brought sky and sand into harmony, anchoring fleeting moments of time within circles of stone that endure even as the rains faded and the desert reclaimed its ancient domain. The stone circles themselves vary in scale and purpose, as if each were an instrument tuned to a different note in a celestial symphony. Some consist of simple rings, perhaps gathering places for seasonal assemblies or arenas for sacred dances. Others form radial alignments that focus the first rays of the solstice sun upon a single, solitary pillar, igniting it like a cosmic beacon. Certain arrangements echo the paths of bright stars. Vega, Deneb, Altair. One circle seems to mimic the band of the Milky Way, its stones laid out in a subtle curve against the horizon. Together they comprise a map of the heavens, an open-air laboratory where measurements of time and season guided herders in their migrations and rituals. At the juncture of stone and sky, human intent reveals itself in every careful placement. To stand within the largest circle is to become a witness to 1,000 ceremonies that unfolded here, to feel the rhythm of ancient calendars pulsing through the soles of your feet, as though the ground itself remembers the weight of human aspirations. Beneath these stones lie traces of hearths and feasting, shards of painted pottery decorated with swirling lines and dotted patterns. They speak of communal gatherings, of shared feasts when herds were brought together for breeding or sacrifice, when every event aligned not only with earthly cycles, but with the turning of heavenly bodies. Cattle remains buried in shallow pits near the stones suggest a sacred bond between humans, animals, and stars, a recognition that all life participates in a cosmic dance. Ceramic fragments etched with zigzag motifs hint at water's life-giving force. They recall the monsoon waters that once spread across this plain, supporting grasslands and the people who tended their herds beneath wide, unclouded skies. Artifacts of stone and clay thus become portals into a past where technology and spirituality blended seamlessly, where utilitarian survival required understanding the heavens as much as the land. In the hush that falls after dusk, when only the most persistent breeze stirs the stones, one can almost hear the distant echo of chanting voices, rhythmic drums calling travelers to the circles. Maybe these gatherings served as rites of passage, as moments when young people crossed thresholds into new social roles, guided by elders who read the sky's ledger. Or perhaps they enacted creation myths, reenacting cosmic battles between light and dark, water and sand. Some stones bear small cupules, tiny hollows that may once have held offerings of grain, milk, or scented herbs. Others align with raised earthen mounds that, when viewed from certain vantage points, appear as stylized representations of the Nile's life-giving flood. These features converge to form a ritual landscape, where every stone, every dip in the ground, becomes a vessel for ancestral memory, a reminder that earth and sky are inseparable in the world of the mystic observer. Yet, even as Nabta Playa reveals its celestial geometry, it also conceals its deeper secrets. Who were the architects of these stone circles? Their names have faded like footprints in shifting sands. We glimpse them only through their works, the pottery shards that survived centuries of wind, the charcoal flecks in abandoned hearths, the cattle bones laid to rest beneath flat stones. They were pastoralists, watchers of herds and stars alike, kin to the broader tapestry of African hunter-gatherers and early herders. They left no written records, no carved obelisks announcing their leaders. Their legacy persists in the subtle mathematics encoded in stone, as eloquent as any hieroglyph. Their circles seem to speak the language of proportions and symmetries, a silent treaty with the cosmos whispered in measured angles. Perhaps they viewed the universe not as a vast, impersonal void, but as a living presence that could be felt, spoken to, and honored through ritualized observation. By tracing parallels with other ancient observatories, from Stonehenge's mighty trilithons on England's Salisbury Plain to the cliff-perched watch stations of Chaco Canyon in North America, we come to recognize a universal impulse, the need to anchor human time within a cosmic framework. Yet each site emerged from wholly different landscapes and cultures, shaped by local materials, stewarded by distinct myths. At Nabta Playa, the raw desert stone and ephemeral waters of a vanished lake fused into a unique spiritual grammar. The pastoralists here transferred their knowledge of animal migrations into schematic representations of celestial movements, as if cattle and stars share a secret language of cycles. Their ingenuity invites us to broaden our definitions of prehistoric science, to see in every way they moved and arranged stones a sophisticated grasp of geometry and observational astronomy. Modern technology now extends our view beneath the surface, revealing buried features that once escaped the eye of the early archaeologists. Ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR surveys detect faint outlines of wooden structures, post holes, and purposeful hollows beneath stone pavements. Satellite imagery locates hidden pathways that connected stone circles with ancient watercourses. These new tools promise revelations, yet they also remind us that the intangible heart of Nabta Playa will always elude full capture. Its essence lies in that space between measurement and mystery, where an observer's meditation deepens understanding as much as any empirical model. In the shadow of each stone, we glimpse the unspoken covenant between earth and sky that these ancient people nurtured through ceaseless contemplation. Their calendar, etched into the ground, guided migrations, ceremonies, and perhaps even the timing of birthing seasons for their cattle. It marked not only the solstices and equinoxes, but also lunar standstills, planetary conjunctions, and rare meteor showers. From this celestial timetable, they wove a living tapestry of festivals and fasting, breeding and feasting, work and rest, each moment bound to a cosmic pulse. We may never fully reconstruct the richness of their temporal landscape, but as we piece together the stone alignments, we feel the contours of a calendar that spanned years, decades, and generations, an attempt to master time by mapping it directly onto stone. In the religious imagination of Nabta Playa's architects, sacred geometry bridged the earthly and the divine. Circles, triangles and alignments spoke of a universe held together by invisible proportions, a cosmos whose harmonies could be felt in the hum of wind through stone pillars. Like Pythagoras' later disciples, they seemed to sense that numbers and shapes were more than tools. They were living forces that could awaken the human spirit. Each ring of stones became a sanctified space where geometry itself merged with ritual, where the margins between what we call science and what we call faith blurred into a single act of reverence. Around these circles, myths must have grown like vines, winding through the seasons and across the years. Perhaps they told of gods who danced upon the plains, of celestial herdsmen driving the stars to pasture, of serpent women whose coils became the meandering courses of rivers. Though these stories are now lost, their echoes survive in the shapes cut into pottery, in the small carved figurines of bovine heads and human faces. In them, we sense an intimate cosmology, a lived mythology that wove together the cycles of animal life, human community, and heavenly dance. Today, Nabta Playa stands on the frontier of both archaeology and imagination. Its stones, half buried in drifting sand, call us to revisit our assumptions about prehistoric societies. They teach that advanced knowledge need not arise only in cities of brick and script, but can flourish in pastoral communities guided by sky and soil. They remind us that science and spirituality were never wholly separate paths, but two currents of human inquiry merging in the same streams of wonder. In their quiet endurance, the stones urge us to remember our own place within the cosmic web, to listen for the subtle movements of sun and star, to honor the rhythms of water and wind, and to cultivate a reverence for the unseen forces that shape our days. Even as we record GPS coordinates and chart magnetic declinations, we do well to pause in silence, allowing the ancient geometry to speak to a deeper self. Perhaps in that stillness we hear the faint call of distant herds grazing on vanished grasslands, the crackle of ritual fires beneath a dome of twinkling light, the murmur of voices seeking communion with an unfathomable universe. Nabta Playa's legacy lives not solely in stones and shards, but in the quiet invitation to remember that humanity's oldest pursuit has always been to know itself in relation to the vast, star-swept dome above. In honoring that pursuit, we keep alive an ancient dialogue that began on these desert sands before the dawn of history, and continues even now in every silent turn of earth and sky. In the quiet expanse of the Golan Heights, where basalt fields stretch beneath wide, ancient skies, a remarkable circle of stones rises from the earth in solemn testimony to a vanished world. From the air, the formation appears in perfect concentric rings, as if the land itself breathed in measured rhythms, its inhale marked by each basalt wall and its exhale by the empty space between them. This monument, known in Arabic as Rujm el-Hiri and in Hebrew as Gilgal Rephaim, has stood undisturbed for millennia, a silent hymn carved in dark volcanic rock. To walk its circumference is to step into the footprints of ancestors whose names have drifted away like sand in the wind. Yet their work remains. 42,000 stones aligned in concentric spirals, embracing a quiet central cairn where tremors of human longing still reverberate. Geographically, the Golan Heights form a plateau perforated by extinct volcanoes and scoured by time. Basalt domes and pillows of lava create a canvas of blackened rock upon which our forebears etched this vast mandala. Here, in a place shaped by fire, ancient architects drew upon the very energy of the earth, carving out walls 500 feet across. With each carefully placed stone, they wove a tapestry of geometry and cosmos, binding the terrestrial with the celestial in a symphony of basalt and sky. To sense the geology of Rujm el-Hiri is to comprehend the dialogue between human intention and volcanic providence, where raw resource and sacred vision converge. Centuries passed before modern eyes turned toward these stones with curiosity instead of indifference. Early explorers mistook the rings for simple field markers or ephemeral shepherd cairns. Only in the mid-20th century did scholars, with surveying instruments in hand, realize they beheld something far more profound. Subsequent excavations in the 1960s and 1980s revealed that beneath those outer rings lay layers built over centuries, new walls laid atop old, each generation contributing its offering to the ever-expanding spiral. Archaeologists like Rami Arav meticulously recorded every fragment of pottery, every scatter of tool-shaped flint, tracing a narrative of communal enterprise and ritual commitment reaching back as much as 7,000 years. At the heart of those concentric rings stands an inner cairn, a tumulus of basalt that serves as the locus of this enduring enigma. Unlike a simple grave, its layered chambers suggest repeated use. A receptacle for bones, perhaps, or offerings laid by successive generations of worshippers. Some fragments of bone and pottery discovered here whisper of funerary rites, while other voids hint at rituals now impossible to reconstruct. This silent core seems less a burial vault than a vessel of memory, an anchor for ceremonies that linked life and death, earth and sky, in an uninterrupted loop of reverence. Yet the monument's power extends beyond its earthly presence. Careful study of the gaps, openings, and alignments between its rings reveals possible correspondences with the rising sun at solstice, with the moon's sacred standstill, even with stars now lost in the slow wander of precession. On certain dawns, shafts of light penetrate the walls and illuminate selected stones, as if the builders choreographed a cosmic ballet long before astronomy became formal science. Such precision hints at an understanding of celestial cycles so acute it rivals that of Stonehenge, and yet it feels more intuitive, born of immersion in both the land's geology and the heavens above. In soft twilight, the rings of Rujm el-Hiri become a stage for silence. The wind slips through basalt corridors, carrying faint echoes of ancient chants or whispered invocations. Stepping between walls, one senses the stone's patient will, its muted invitation to pause and listen. Here, ceremony transcended spectacle. Participants gathered in mindful procession, guided by light and shadow, enveloped in the hush of primordial devotion. Some have imagined priest astronomers tracing star paths. Others view communal assemblies marking the cycles of life, with offerings cast into the sacred core. In each vision, the site served as a threshold where human and divine entwined. The choice of basalt for this performance was no accident. Dark, dense, and enduring, this volcanic stone mirrored the profound intentions of its handlers. It resisted wind and rain, storing warmth by day and releasing cool relief by night. In its texture, one can almost read the pulse of subsurface fires, a reminder of the Earth's hidden energies. To shape thousands of such blocks into concentric sanctuaries demanded not only brute strength, but knowledge of leverage, angle, and balance. Quarrying likely occurred close by, where pocketed lava flows yielded rough slabs. From there, stones were dragged and lifted, each placement resonating with communal faith in permanence and legacy. Amidst the scattered finds are flint tools, ceramic shards with geometric patterns, and fragments of ochre pigment. These artifacts, though unassuming, serve as touchstones to daily life and ritual practice. A chipped scraper speaks of domestic tasks. A tiny pot fragment whispers of offerings made at the threshold of the tumulus. Recent advances in residue analysis and microstratigraphy continue to refine our understanding, revealing traces of incense or oil once burned upon the stones, or copper droplets that oxidized into verdigris. Each microscopic clue enriches the portrait of a society that fused pragmatism with mystery. When compared to other megalithic wonders around the globe, Rujum El Hiri stands apart. Unlike the upright trilithons of Stonehenge or the alignments of Karnak, its spiral formation embodies both enclosure and radius, an inward cure that also expands outward. It shares with Newgrange the alignment to winter light, and with the stone circles of Britain an echo of communal enterprise. Yet it feels uniquely Levantine, blending local earth with overarching sky, a hybrid of tomb, temple, and timepiece. In this convergence of form and function, it becomes a potent symbol of humanity's universal craving to inscribe meaning onto the land. To walk within its walls is to engage in a dialogue with time itself. At dusk, the fading sky transforms basalt into a smoky violet, and stars begin to appear, faint points in a vast script the builders once knew by heart. Under such a canopy, one senses the same hush that descended upon their gatherings, a space unbroken by modern noise. Our footsteps echo theirs, soft testament that the living and the dead share this moment. In such communion, the circle of stones becomes a vessel for introspection, a site where the rhythms of the cosmos find resonance in basalt corridors. Who were these builders? The absence of written records invites speculation. Perhaps they were pastoralist clans drawing sustenance and identity from this volcanic land, or early farmers seeking to anchor seasonal cycles in stone. Oral traditions speak of giants or spirits of the land, and local folklore still calls the circle Gilgal Rephaim, linking it to ancient stories of ancestral hosts. Yet beneath myth lies the certainty of organized labor, of shared purpose. To raise such walls required trust, coordination, and a belief that stones could carry intention across generations, an alchemy of culture and rock that persists in silence. Imagining their quarrying techniques brings visions of teams hauling heavy slabs with ropes and rollers, of wooden levers planted in the ground, of stoneworkers shaping edges with hammer stones, coaxing basalt to submit to human design. Day by day, ring by ring, they carved an interface between the Earth's molten past and their own yearning for eternity. This feat suggests more than transient labor. It hints at social structures capable of mobilizing resources and skill, bound together by rituals that infused work with sacred significance. As they lifted each stone, they crafted not only a monument, but a shared story. The landscape itself shaped and sustained them. Seasonal rains pooled among rocky hollows. Wild grasses flourished in ancient trial plots, and the open plain offered vantage points for watching sky and land in tandem. Rujum El Hiri aligns with horizons where the sun and moon rise at solstice and equinox, markers for sowing, harvesting, and timekeeping. In this strategic placement, geology and astronomy married in an act of reverence, as if the builders had listened to the cadence of storm and star, and then composed stone to echo their song. By drawing parallels with ethnographic traditions, we glimpse how stone circles often function as stages for gathering, for rites of passage, and for transmitting cosmological knowledge. Across continents, communities still circle stones to celebrate new seasons or honor ancestors. In these living rituals, meaning emerges not only from stone, but from human breath, song, and shared movement. Rujum El Hiri whispers that same invitation to communion. Here is a place to ground spirit in rock, to reaffirm ties with sky and earth, and to remember that we live within cycles far grander than our own brief flicker. Even its name carries echo and weight. Rujum El Hiri, heap of wild stones, or Gilgal Rephaim, wheel of the giants, conjures both the untamed land and the powerful hands that shaped it. Names wreathe the monument in narrative, binding the immaterial flow of memory to the tangible heft of basalt. Spoken aloud, they summon layers of meaning, stones as witnesses, stones as thresholds, stones as silent storytellers. Each utterance rekindles threads of connection between past and present, weaving voices into the landscape's living tapestry. In recent decades, technology has opened new windows into Rujum El Hiri's secrets. Ground-penetrating radar traces hidden hollows beneath the tumulus. LiDAR sketches three-dimensional maps that reveal subtle earthworks extending beyond the visible rings. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal fragments teases out a chronology of building phases. As these methodologies evolve, they sharpen our vision while preserving the monument's sanctity. Researchers now venture lightly, guided by drones and non-invasive sensors, honoring both the stones and the spirits they embody. In environmental studies, Rujum El Hiri emerges as a case study in harmony. Soil analyses indicate that builders deliberately cultivated adjacent soils, rotating small plots to nourish both body and ceremony. Runoff channels carved from basalt beds channeled spring waters through ritual kitchens and offering benches. In these ecological interactions, we glimpse an ethos of stewardship, a belief that large-scale monuments could thrive in balance with local habitats, weaving human purpose into the land's own regenerative cycles. Today, Rujum El Hiri stands as an educational haven where students of history, archaeology, and spirituality tread gently among its rings. Workshops convene at dawn to observe solstice light, while seminars unpack its geology to reveal deeper insights into volcanic processes. Visitors journal beneath its walls, seeking inspiration in the hush of stone. Through guided programs, the site becomes not merely a monument, but a living classroom, inviting each generation to learn not only about past feats, but about their own place in the ongoing story of earth and sky. Cultural tourism here unfolds at a contemplative pace. Travelers arrive by foot or bicycle, quiet and unhurried, drawn not by spectacle, but by the invitation to linger. Picnics are held beyond the outer ring. Evening gatherings bring local musicians whose soft melodies blend with the sighing wind. Conservation projects employ community members who share oral histories, bridging ancient lore and modern life. In such exchanges, Rujum El Hiri becomes a shared heritage, a testament to human creativity and stewardship of wonder. Ultimately, this great stone wheel captures innumerable narratives of builders and astronomers, of ritual and remembrance, of the interplay between Earth's deep fires and human aspiration. In its concentric embrace, time circles back upon itself, inviting us to trace ancient footsteps and dwell quietly in its vaulted hush. Under starlit skies or the first light of dawn, one senses strands that bind the earliest architects to ourselves. A yearning to mark existence, to measure our days, and to enshrine meaning in basalt that will outlast our fleeting breaths. Here, at Rujum El Hiri, the stones do not merely endure. They sing a silent song of humanity's ceaseless quest to anchor eternity in the arms of the earth. In the vast embrace of Cappadocia's wind-swept valleys, the moonlight reveals a terrain of surreal spires and soft contours, as if shaped by the slow breath of the earth itself. Here, ghostly towers of volcanic tuff rise like silent sentinels, their pale surfaces etched by time and wind. Yet beneath this dreamscape lies an even deeper wonder, a hidden realm of corridors and chambers carved into soft rock, stretching in silent labyrinths across the region. As we step into this underworld, the cool, shadowed stone envelops us, inviting our senses to stillness. Each echoing footfall feels like a heartbeat in an ancient chest, and the faint scent of earth draws us ever inward. In this subterranean kingdom, memory and mystery intertwine, testaments to lives lived below the sun, sculpted by hands we can only imagine. Who built these cavernous halls, and for what purpose? Some tell of fearful ancestors seeking refuge from marauding armies or the unforgiving heat above. Others suggest ritual journeys beneath the earth's skin, pilgrimages of soul and spirit to a womb-like sanctuary. Trade and communication may have threaded their own needs through these dark veins, linking settlements in safety. The twisting passages themselves become a metaphor for unseen currents, social, spiritual, or practical, that guided these anonymous architects. In the hush of these tunnels, questions settle like dust. Necessity, devotion, or both? Traditionally, scholars point to the Phrygians or the Hittites, great Anatolian peoples whose empires once brushed against these hills. Yet the more explorers descend into the depths, the more layers of complexity reveal themselves, hinting at origins older than any written chronicle. Could a vanished culture, predating dynasties and palaces, have laid the first stones of this underworld? Carvings and rock-hewn facades offer subtle clues, serpent motifs, geometric patterns, perhaps echoes of a memory we cannot fully grasp. The notion of a forgotten people, skilled in the art of excavation, stirs the imagination. Their mastery over geology seems to exceed mere practicality. It speaks of generations refining techniques by candlelight, passing down lore lost to the surface world. In those silent chambers, the builder's spirits may still linger, guiding every chisel mark, every curve hewn into the stone. Among the many marvels of Cappadocia, Derinkuyu stands paramount, a testimony to human ambition and subterranean artistry. Discovered by chance in 1963, this city plunges more than 60 meters below ground, its 18 levels once sheltering up to 20,000 souls. Each floor unfolds a new chapter. Storerooms hewn into the rock, stable floors where cattle stood in stony stalls, communal halls ringed by benches, and sacred alcoves where soft votive flames once danced. The corridors transition seamlessly from spacious chambers to narrow tubes, defensible choke points that reflect strategic intention as much as community planning. Without steel or electricity, the builders carved arches and vaults with acute geological awareness, ensuring stability through grain and strata of tuff. The very structure seems alive, breathing through hidden pores in the stone. As we trace the steps of ancient inhabitants, we wonder whether every new tunnel was a response to swelling numbers or part of a grand design conceived by persevering visionaries, mapping an underworld unlike any above. The air circulates here as if by design of an unseen wind. Ventilation shafts, some plunging 55 meters deep, pierce the silent gloom, opening to the sky above. In Derinkuyu, These shafts are more than mere holes. They are lifelines, channels through which fresh air and water moved in tandem. Wells carved like inverted pillars draw water from deep aquifers, and the interplay of air currents hints at early mastery of fluid dynamics. Each draft seems measured, each shaft carefully positioned to nourish hidden spaces. We sense a profound understanding of environmental control, a union of practicality and foresight, born from generations trialing, observing, and refining. Breathing that ancient air, we trace invisible currents that once sustained thousands. Beyond Derinkuyu, an intricate web of tunnels links neighboring outposts and towns, weaving a vast subterranean network across Cappadocia's heart. Passages stretch for miles, sometimes narrowing to mere shoulder's width, then opening into vaulted halls large enough for gatherings and trade. This hidden infrastructure suggests far more than isolated havens. It speaks of a collective civilization bound by shared necessities and mutual trust. Caravans of goods, whispered messages, even ceremonial processions may have traveled these corridors under the watchful gaze of Earth. Presence of multiple entrances, cleverly concealed among rock formations, hints at coordinated entry points synchronized with surface settlements. In these dark arteries, the notions of community, defense, and spirituality intertwine, revealing a civilization that thrived below while remaining intimately connected to the world above. Life below would have offered a rhythm unfamiliar to surface dwellers. Families dwelled within stone-carved rooms, hearths nestling against cave walls, low ledges serving as beds, niches storing daily tools. Kitchens buzzed with the quiet hiss of cooking fires, while communal spaces reverberated with laughter, trade, and music played on primitive instruments. In absence of sunlight, communities relied on lamps fueled by animal fats or fragrant resins, casting flickering shadows that enlivened carvings and inscriptions. Seasonal changes faded in memory. The dim, constant coolness became home, shaping social customs and timekeeping by ritual gatherings. Lunar cycles glimpsed through shafts, or oral traditions passed at hushed gatherings. In these subterranean cities, human resilience manifested in adaptability, forging a way of life intimately tied to the Earth's embrace. Deep within consecrated chambers, silent altars bear witness to spiritual rites conducted in the womb of the world. Softly hewn symbols, spirals, stars, and abstract emblems adorn walls where incense once curled like ghostly serpents. To descend into these sacred halls was, perhaps, a pilgrimage to the core of creation itself, a journey mirrored in the slow pulse of one's own heartbeat. Some scholars propose that initiates underwent rites of passage here, surrendering to darkness to emerge transformed, reborn into the light above. Others sense vestiges of celestial observations, shadows aligned with solstices or equinoxes filtered through angled shafts. Imbued with cosmic resonance, these spaces merge the sacred with the pragmatic, where spiritual devotion and survival coexisted, and every carved niche may have housed a prayer, a relic, or a silent plea to unseen powers that guided both earth and sky. While ritual lived alongside everyday life, the subterranean city was also a fortress unseen. Narrow passageways could be easily blocked by circular stone doors, rotating within their grooves to seal off entire wings. Strategic bottlenecks, hidden staircases, and dead ends created a labyrinth that confounded invaders. Inhabitants could retreat deeper into the earth, safe from siege engines and fire. Food stores and wells allowed extended concealment, and watch posts carved at key junctions served as sentinels. Here, ingenuity transformed the rock into both shelter and weapon, fusing natural advantages with cunning design. In these corridors, defense was not an afterthought, but woven into every stone, an enduring testament to a people mindful of threats both human and elemental. And yet, the greatest mystery lies in their absence. No inscribed names, no records survive to tell of the masons who toiled in darkness. Written echoes vanish in these tunnels, leaving only anonymous walls carved by patient hands. Later, peoples, Hittites, early Christians, Byzantine Greeks, may have repurposed the spaces, yet none claim its origins. In this silence, their creators remain phantoms whose artistry speaks louder than any inscription. As footsteps echo within vaulted chambers, we encounter shadows of those long gone, stirring wonder at the durability of human ambition and the poignant beauty of an unnamed legacy etched in stone. For centuries, local villagers knew whispers of hidden caves and forgotten shafts, but only in the 20th century did formal exploration begin. In 1963, a homeowner in Derinkuyu stumbled through a shallow hole to discover a hidden corridor, unlocking a city lost to time. Subsequent excavations unveiled hall upon hall, each revealing more of this vast underworld. Every new chamber brought fresh astonishment, prompting archaeologists to refine theories about ancient habitation. The slow unveiling of Cappadocia's secrets continues today, as modern teams employ ground-penetrating radar, 3D mapping, and respectful excavation practices to preserve the delicate dance between discovery and conservation. The secret to Cappadocia's carved sanctuaries lies in the rock itself, volcanic tuff. Formed from ash of ancient eruptions, this soft, porous stone resisted collapse while remaining amenable to human chisels. Layers of firmer basalt cap the tuff, protecting centuries of underground architecture from erosion. This unique geology created a partnership between earth and artisan, where the very ground yielded to creative will. In manipulating these layers, builders displayed an intimate geological intuition. They carved along natural seams, avoided unstable pockets, and preserved structural integrity, gifted with a medium neither too brittle nor too dense. The land shaped their destiny, just as they shaped the land. Although hidden, these cities never stood apart from the sunlit world above. Entrances masqueraded as ordinary doorways in stone homes, while watchtowers and fortified gateways discreetly aligned with subterranean shafts. Above-ground chapels and granaries marked the rhythms of daily life, seamlessly linked to hidden corridors. Farmers might slip below ground when danger loomed. Merchants traverse candle-lit tunnels to trade goods. Pilgrims descend for sacred observances before returning to open air. This dual existence, surface and subsurface, reflects a society adept at balancing realms, weaving light and shadow into a cohesive way of life that honored both the fertile slopes above and the hushed sanctuaries below. In the fertile realm of speculation, some whisper of assistance from ancient astronauts, beings whose advanced knowledge guided the intricate carvings and hidden blueprints. These stories, carried on wines of conjecture, fuse modern myth with the enigmas of stone. While mainstream scholarship credits human ingenuity, the extraterrestrial narrative persists like starlight, intangible yet compelling. Whether fanciful or symbolic, such tales encourage us to expand the boundaries of belief, reminding us that the line between reality and imagination may be as elusive as the final secrets of these shadowed halls. The revelation of Cappadocia's underworld has rippled through modern archaeology, challenging entrenched theories about settlement patterns, technological capacities, and social complexity. Once viewed as small, fragmented communities, these interlinked cities compel scholars to recognize ancient Anatolia as a vibrant, interconnected region, where innovation thrived beneath the surface as much as above. Excavation methodologies have evolved to embrace multidisciplinary perspectives, geology, engineering, anthropology converging to unravel the tunnel's secrets. In acknowledging these subterranean marvels, archaeologists refine their tools. Remote sensors probe hidden voids, 3D models resurrect vanished corridors, and careful analysis of tool marks reconstructs ancient techniques. Cappadocia teaches humility, reminding our modern gaze that much of human experience remains out of sight, awaiting patient discovery. Beyond architecture, the underground cities reflect the cultural soul of their creators. In isolating themselves from the elements, these communities forged identities grounded in collective resilience. Folklore, music, and storytelling would have echoed through stone galleries, weaving shared narratives into every chamber. Inscriptions and carvings become cultural fingerprints, subtle yet telling. The melding of Anatolian traditions, olive oil, wine storage, ritual feasts, with subterranean rituals highlights a society that embraced dualities: light and dark, earth and sky, community and solitude. Today, these sites inspire local pride and global fascination, underscoring the enduring power of place to shape cultural memory, binding descendants to the land and to vanished voices that still murmur from hidden corridors. Even after decades of excavation, Cappadocia continues to yield relics that illuminate daily life below. Simple clay pots, fragments of woven textiles, bronze tools, and grinding stones emerge from dusty niches, each artifact promising intimate glimpses into cooking practices, craftsmanship, and trade. Tiny bone needles suggest textile production, while painted ceramics hint at aesthetic sensibilities and external influences. Occasionally, a burial chamber reveals human remains carefully interred, accompanied by offerings that resonate with spiritual beliefs. Each discovery layers new context onto existing narratives, often prompting more questions than answers. In piecing together fragments, researchers engage in a delicate dance between material evidence and imaginative reconstruction, honoring both the tangible traces and the mysteries that elude the archaeologist's trowel. Cappadocia's landscape is born of tectonic upheaval, where converging plates and volcanic fury sculpted valleys and peaks. Seismic tremors, though feared, may have driven early inhabitants beneath the earth, seeking refuge in stable, carved chambers. Periodic earthquakes would have reminded them of the ground's potent force, urging retreat into subterranean havens. Over centuries, they mastered the art of carving with seismic awareness, choosing sites less prone to collapse. Tectonic memory thus informs the underworld's design. Arches and vaults follow natural stress lines, and support columns echo the geological structures above. In these silent depths, human architecture harmonizes with Earth's restless heartbeat. Carving miles of interconnected corridors demanded more than brute labor. It required creative tool use and incremental innovation. Flint chisels, bronze picks, and perhaps hardened wooden wedges formed a toolkit refined through generations. Observation of rock layers guided cutting angles, ventilation shafts served dual purposes, and spoil removal followed organized routines. The result is a silent curriculum in ancient engineering, a lesson in maximizing scarce resources, improvisation, and collaborative labor. These technological insights resonate today as reminders that innovation often springs from necessity and an intimate understanding of materials at hand. The subterranean cities embody ecological wisdom through natural insulation and minimal environmental impact. By nesting in the earth, inhabitants harnessed stable temperatures, reducing energy needs and waste. Water collection and storage systems reveal early hydrological engineering. Such sustainable practices echo modern pursuits of green architecture, reminding us that environmentally attuned design need not compromise comfort. Embracing subterranean living models, even partially, may inform contemporary solutions to climate challenges, illustrating how ancient traditions can guide present and future stewardship of our fragile planet. Today, these silent labyrinths face threats from tourism, erosion, and shifting climates. Conservationists tread carefully, balancing public access with structural integrity. Monitoring humidity, controlling visitor numbers, and reinforcing vulnerable arches demand ongoing attention. Local communities and global heritage organizations collaborate on strategies that honor the tunnel's mystery while safeguarding them. In this, Cappadocia becomes not only a site of exploration, but a locus for preservation wisdom. An invitation to protect the unseen as reverently as the visible, ensuring that future wanderers may still glimpse the hush of these ancient depths. Among the rock-carved passages lie delicate reliefs and symbols that transcend mere decoration. Abstract motifs, interlocking circles, intertwined vines, spirals, breathe silent stories into the stone. Some chambers feature stylized animal figures, perhaps guardians or totems, their forms worn smooth by centuries of human touch. These artistic echoes speak of aesthetic sensibilities refined in twilight light of oil lamps, where artisans sculpted both function and meaning. In each carefully etched line, we sense the pulse of a shared imagination. Visual whispers carried through generations, reminding us that even in darkness, the human impulse to create beauty endures. Contemporary scholarship weaves together ancient accounts, geological studies, and ethnographic parallels to enrich the narrative of Cappadocia's underworld. By situating these cities within broader Anatolian history, trade routes, spiritual networks, imperial shifts, researchers craft multi-layered interpretations. Yet the tunnels resist neat categorization, forever inviting fresh perspectives. Each new hypothesis, whether technical, ritual, or symbolic, becomes part of an ongoing dialogue between past and present, reminding us that history is not a closed book, but an evolving tapestry of inquiry and wonder. The hidden cities of Cappadocia stand as bridges between lost ancestral knowledge and contemporary innovation. In their stone corridors lie lessons in sustainable design, communal resilience, and reverence for the Earth's architecture. Modern architects study the balance of illumination and insulation, while engineers marvel at natural ventilation systems honed over millennia. Cultural anthropologists draw inspiration from the integration of ritual and daily life, and spiritual seekers find in the womb-like chambers a metaphor for inward journeys. By honoring these ancient blueprints, we rediscover capacities to harmonize technology with ecology, personal identity with community, and the seen with the unseen. Cappadocia's tunnels become living textbooks, timeless guides for forging a future grounded in ancestral insight. As we emerge from the subterranean glow into the open air, the silent grandeur of Cappadocia's caves lingers in our awareness, a reminder of human creativity woven into stone. These tunnels, born of volcanic ash and patient hands, urge us to reconsider the boundaries of possibility when ingenuity meets necessity. They beckon us toward humility before the Earth's mysteries and inspire confidence in the resilience of collective vision. In their shadowed halls, we glimpse echoes of forgotten voices and find, perhaps, a mirror for our own journey through unknown depths. May their quiet wisdom guide us, reminding each generation that the finest legacies may lie buried, awaiting those willing to listen in the hush beneath our feet. High among the Andean peaks, where mists drift like whispers on a silent wind, stands the monumental fortress of Sacsayhuaman. Its weathered stones catch the first pale light of dawn and the last glow of twilight, as if the mountain itself had arranged them with deliberate grace. Each massive block, some weighing well over 100 tons, fits into its neighbor with such exquisite precision that the seams vanish like footprints in fresh snow. To wander along these lofty terraces, stepping from one mighty stone to the next, is to tread upon an echo of a vanished world. The air is thick with an ancient resonance, a hush that stirs the imagination and invites quiet reverie. Here, time seems both suspended and threaded into the earth. The fortress rises in harmony with the surrounding ridges and valleys, as though shaped by hands guided by cosmic purpose. No hastened narrative can capture its presence, only a slow immersion, a gentle inhalation of history's fragrance can reveal its subtle mysteries. From the earliest accounts of wandering Spaniards to modern-day explorers, humans have been drawn to the giant walls of Sacsayhuaman, seeking answers in the labyrinth of interlocking stones. Chroniclers spoke of Inca nobles guiding them along hidden stairways, confessing that their own ancestors had uncovered the stones rather than crafted them into place. Such confessions gave rise to a tantalizing paradox. The Inca, masters of earth and sky, claimed to be inheritors of a deeper legacy, one that reaches beyond their own storied empire. The absence of mortar between these monoliths amplified the wonder. How could craftsmen manage to carve, dress, and set blocks so precisely that not even a blade of grass could slip through the cracks? Bridge tools made of bronze or copper seem insufficient to explain surfaces polished to a mirror-like tranquility. Modern engineers, armed with laser measurements and steel instruments, remain humbled by the harmony of irregular shapes, creating faultless joints. It is as though the stones themselves remember an ancient dialogue, conversing in silent gestures of friction and balance. In this whispered conversation between rock and horizon, we glimpse a civilization whose architectural poetry transcends our conventions of building and form. Rough calculations suggest that some stones weigh over 200 tons, yet there is no trace of wheels or draft animals in these high-altitude landscapes. The Andean caravanners we imagine would have found the rocky passes unforgiving. Yet somehow, vast monoliths were coaxed into place with unparalleled finesse. Could the builders have fashioned sledges of wood, lubricated by llama fat? Or perhaps, as some metaphysical theories propose, they harnessed resonant frequencies, singing the stones into motion as though awakening slumbering giants. Such ideas tread the edge of myth, yet they invite contemplation rather than dismissal. If one considers the oral traditions that speak of subterranean channels filled with sacred waters, might these pathways have been part of a transport network, guiding massive stones on fluid cushions? Even if we accept more terrestrial explanations, the planning required to coordinate hundreds of workers, the precision of angles on sloping terraces, and the choreography of ramps and pivot points betray a sophistication far beyond simple brute force. Some speculate that a lost branch of knowledge once merged proto-technology with ritualistic practice, a craft now vanished like morning mist. In every pebble and crevice, we sense the deliberate orchestration of a civilization in tune with both earth and sky. Above the Grand Plaza, the fortress walls trace the contours of sacred hills, forming an earthly mirror of the celestial realm. At solstice, sunbeams filter through the gaps, igniting patterns of light and shadow that dance across the stones like playful spirits. Scholars point to the alignment of certain bastions with the zenith of the Milky Way, as though the builders encoded a cosmic calendar into the very bedrock. In this marriage of stone and sky, Sacsayhuaman transcends the mundane role of fortress or palace. It becomes a living observatory, an altar to cosmic rhythms. One might imagine priest astronomers standing at the terraced platforms, eyes lifted to the heavens, interpreting stellar movements to guide agricultural cycles and spiritual ceremonies. The sky, in such a paradigm, is not a distant vault of emptiness, but a tapestry interwoven with earthly purpose. Each stone, positioned with reverence, is a note in a cosmic symphony, uniting the silence of night with the solidity of mountain. In some chronicles, the Inca described Cusco as the navel of the world, a cosmic umbilicus binding the living stones of Sacsayhuaman to the farthest reaches of existence, where time and space entwine. To enter Sacsayhuaman is to step into a realm where physical form and spiritual essence interweave like vines climbing ancient walls. The Inca worldview held that Pachamama, the Earth Mother, and Inti, the Sun Father, existed in perpetual embrace, and that humanity occupied the liminal space between. Every terrace, niche, and passageway in the fortress resonates with this cosmic balance. The massive polygonal stones, shaped not by chance but by careful planning, were arranged to reflect dualities: light and shadow, solidity and void, earth and sky. As one moves through the labyrinth of stone corridors, the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal blur. Stone steps lead upward toward the sun, while subterranean chambers delve into darkness like wombs awaiting birth. In this sacred geometry, architecture becomes ritual, and every footfall is a prayer. To witness the play of shifting light at dawn is to glimpse the heartbeat of a civilization attuned to the rhythms of the universe, one that forged its monuments as vessels for spiritual communion. Legends entwine with the stones of Sacsayhuaman, weaving a tapestry of myth that shimmers beneath the surface of recorded history. Some elders speak of Apus, spirit guardians of the mountains, who guided the hands of human builders, lending supernatural strength to every hewn edge. Others recall tales of Viracocha, the great creator deity, who walked the land in ages before the sun grew bright, whose footsteps left impressions that became rock-cut pathways. In certain oral traditions, supernatural giants shaped the walls with tools forged in celestial fires, their voices echoing like thunder as they carved out niches and bastions. These narratives, far from the skeptical gaze of conventional archaeology, offer a different kind of truth, an inner truth that dwells in the realm of wonder rather than evidence. To bear witness to these stories is to open a door into the collective imagination, where the visible and the invisible intermingle. Myth and memory converge at the wall's edge, inviting each visitor to dance in the liminal space between legend and living stone. Beneath the grand terraces, a hidden underworld stretches into shadowed corridors and vaulted caverns, hinting at rituals concealed from the light of day. Explorations have revealed tunnels carved deep within the mountain's heart, their walls bearing traces of red ochre and charred wood. Some passages narrow to waist height, while others open into chambered spaces that might have sheltered priests or stored sacred offerings. Local lore suggests that these low-ceilinged caves were places of initiation, hushed rites where neophytes emerged transformed, rising into the sun's embrace through narrow stairways hewn in the living rock. The air in these subterranean realms is cool and still, charged with a tangible silence that seems to hold its breath against remembrance. Here, in the depths, time unravels. Past and present entwine in an eternal ceremony. As modern archaeologists probe these depths, each fallen beam and fragment of pottery becomes a rhyme in the poem of remembrance, urging the mind to wander through veiled corridors of ancient consciousness. Beyond its walls, Sacsayhuaman stands at the heart of a broader urban tapestry, connected by sinuous pathways to the city of Cusco and to a network of lesser temples, plazas, and terraces. This sacred geography reveals a civilization that wove its spiritual and administrative centers into a unified design, harmonizing natural topography with human ingenuity. From the fortress, one glimpses winding roads etched into hillsides, lined with shrines and carved stones that echo its monumental presence. Water channels snake gently downhill, irrigating agricultural terraces and feeding public baths, illustrating the Inca mastery of hydraulic engineering. Every vista from the stone ramparts unveils a landscape alive with intention, where architecture becomes a language of power, faith, and community. In this living blueprint, the fortress is both pinnacle and foundation, inviting pilgrims, rulers, and common folk to partake in ceremonies that reinforced social bonds and cosmic alignment. The city and its fortress breathe as one organism, each pulse echoing through stone corridors and flowering fields alike. Sacsayhuaman's enduring presence owes as much to its spiritual vision as to its structural resilience. Subjected to centuries of seismic tremors, this fortress has withstood the shuddering forces of Andean earthquakes that would crumble more haphazard constructions. The secret lies in the wavy contours of its walls, interlocking polygons that dissipate energy and prevent catastrophic collapse. The stones, hewn into irregular yet complementary shapes, interlock like puzzle pieces, shifting imperceptibly under stress and then settling back into place. In recent years, conservation efforts have aimed to respect this ancient wisdom, employing minimal intervention and reversible techniques to stabilize weakened sections. Conservators speak of whisper repairs, delicately filling voids and smoothing edges while preserving the scars of time. This delicate balance between restoration and authenticity mirrors the fortress's original harmony with Earth's rhythms. As each chink is carefully mended, the dialogue between past and present continues, reminding us that preservation is an act of reverence, a compassionate tending of the memory enshrined in stone. Over centuries, Western chroniclers recorded their own marvel and perplexity upon encountering Sacsayhuaman. Conquistadors, driven by an urge to map and categorize, sketched crude diagrams and penned accounts that often missed the fortress's deeper resonance. Enlightenment-era travelers, armed with rationalist zeal, admired the engineering yet dismissed local legends as quaint folklore. Modern scholars, though more respectful, sometimes approach the site with a sterile methodology that overlooks the living pulse within these walls. Yet the fortress cannot be contained within the rigid frames of any one tradition. Time and again, visitors have sensed something ineffable, a quiet hum beneath their feet, as though the stones themselves were murmuring secrets. In contrast, indigenous custodians speak of the fortress as a living ancestor, a guardian endowed with spirit and voice. Their testimonies, transmitted in song and ceremony, reveal dimensions that empirical data cannot capture. To bridge these perspectives is to invite a more expansive understanding, one that honors both the rigor of research and the eloquence of ancestral memory. For the Quechua people, whose lineage intertwines with this land, Sacsayhuaman lives in the cadence of oral poetry and in the rhythms of ritual dance. Elders recite epic verse that names each stone as a character in a vast cosmic drama, recounting battles between light and darkness, creation and unmaking. In seasonal festivals, dancers don masks of condors and pumas, moving in spirals that mimic the fortress's circular towers. These enactments are not mere pageants, but living threads that weave past and present into a tapestry of shared identity. In the hush before a procession, one can feel the fortress breathe, as if inhaling the collective heartbeat of its people. Each lullaby hummed at twilight, each invocation chanted at dawn, layers new meaning onto the walls, transforming inert rock into a shifting canvas of sacred memory. Such traditions ensure that Sacsayhuaman remains a vibrant entity, ever evolving in the fertile ground between history and myth. The geometry of Sacsayhuaman unfolds like a sacred manuscript, each angle and curve inscribed with intention. The irregular polygons that compose the walls echo principles of sacred geometry, ratios that whisper of unity, harmony, and cosmic order. Some researchers note that certain stones correspond to proportions found in the golden ratio, while niches align at angles, suggesting an awareness of geometric theorems. As sunlight courses across these facets, patterns emerge that resemble mandalas or yantras, symbolic diagrams designed to focus the mind toward spiritual realities. In this architecture, mathematics ceases to be a mere abstraction and becomes a vessel for transcendent thought. One might imagine craftsmen who saw numbers not as tools, but as living entities, weaving them into stone to bridge the human and the divine. Every corner, every spiral groove may have served as a mnemonic device, guiding initiates through layered teachings embedded within the very structure of the fortress. To unravel these codes is to peer into the heart of an ancient philosophy that revered geometry as the language of creation itself. Beyond geometry, some esoteric traditions propose that Sacsayhuaman occupies a node within the planet's subtle energetic lattice, a web of ley lines and magnetic currents coursing unseen beneath the surface. In this view, the fortress was precisely sited at the intersection of terrestrial veins, where Earth's magnetic vibrations converge and amplify. Certain researchers record anomalous compass fluctuations and elevations in localized electromagnetic readings, suggesting a lingering force field. To stand at the fortress's apex during dawn is to feel a gentle resonance, as though the very stones hum in harmony with the planet's heartbeat. While mainstream science often resists such notions, the blend of empirical observation with metaphysical interpretation opens a horizon of inquiry. If ancient builders tuned into these energy flows, shaping their monuments in accord with them, then Sacsayhuaman represents not just a triumph of engineering, but a symphony of earthbound forces. In this melodic convergence of stone and current, we glimpse a worldview where the material and spiritual realms merge in subtle vibration. Sacsayhuaman's vast terraces once echoed with the footfalls of thousands who gathered for ceremonies that wove together civic duty and spiritual devotion. At the zenith of the dry season, processions would wrap around bastions in a slow, spiraling dance, carrying offerings of maize, coca leaves, and blessed chicha. Drums and flutes reverberated against the stone faces, their rhythms aligning with the pulsations of ritual hearts. In these gatherings, communal bonds were reaffirmed, and the natural cycles of sowing and harvest were sanctified through shared experience. The fortress was a stage upon which the sacred and the social danced in unison, each stone a silent witness to vows exchanged and promises made. Even today, when festivals resurge in modern form, pilgrims ascend the same ramps, echoing footsteps reverberating through centuries. In that convergence of bodies, breath, and stone, the line between past and present dissolves, reminding us that sacrament survives within community and that every act of communion enlivens the spirit of the fortress anew. Long before the Inca Empire expanded to its greatest extent, the highlands were a crossroads of cultures and ideas. Traces of earlier civilizations, Quilque, Wari, Lupaca, linger in pottery shards and fragmentary sculptures, suggesting that Sacsayhuaman's foundations were laid upon the ambitions of preceding peoples. Trade routes carried obsidian, textiles, and celestial lore, forging a cosmopolitan tapestry of influences that converged in these stones. Each successive generation embellished, repurposed, or rededicated the fortress, weaving their own vision into the existing fabric. The result is a palimpsest of human intention, where each layer amplifies the mysteries beneath it rather than obscuring them. In this light, Sacsayhuaman is not the work of a single epoch, but a collaborative opus spanning millennia, a living monument to humanity's collective yearning for transcendence. The fortress thus stands as a testament to cross-cultural fertilization, where every carved niche and jutting rampart bears witness to a dialogue as ancient as the Andes themselves. In the silent communion with these stones, one cannot help but reflect on the depths of human potential. What intellect, what daring dream, what devotion of hand and heart could have given rise to such marvels? The very act of planning and raising these walls suggests a civilization that saw beyond scarcity and constraint, envisioning an architectural choreography that honored both the raw power of nature and the subtleties of spirit. To stand amid these terraces is to feel the heartbeat of an idea that humanity might align its ambitions with the stars and its labors with the earth. In every well-polished facet, one discerns a question carved into stone. Can we, in our time, reclaim a similar reverence, a similar capacity to shape not only our world, but our own higher purposes? As the mountain wind caresses the worn surfaces, we sense the faint echo of a promise. That greatness resides not in conquest, but in communion, and that the truest monuments are those that awaken the soul. The legacy of Sacsayhuaman endures as a tapestry of enigmas and revelations, where each stone is a node in a network of stories, both told and untold. It invites us to wander in a meditative dance through time, touching stones that have felt the fingers of priests, emperors, and pilgrims alike. In the interplay of light and shadow, in the silent murmurs of subterranean passages, and in the whispered myths of Apus and creator gods, the fortress remains a threshold between the visible and the invisible. To leave its terraces is to carry a piece of that threshold in one's heart, transformed by a subtle alchemy of wonder and inquiry. Here, in these wind-bent heights, the veil between history and mystery thins, offering a portal into realms where stone remembers and dreams echo. And so we depart, guided by the ancient whispers woven into every surface, rich with the unspoken promise that the journey of discovery never truly ends. Along a gentle curve of the Mediterranean, the islands of Malta and Gozo rise from azure waters like ancient stones themselves, guardians of secrets older than the pyramids or Stonehenge. Here, the whisper of wind in rugged limestone yields a timeless invitation. to step softly among monuments erected between 3,600 and 4,000 BCE, crafted by hands whose names are lost to the years. In that distant era, a community known only to history as the Temple Builders drew lines on earth and sky, aligning megaliths to seasons and stars. As we wander through this sacred archipelago, let us attune our senses to the hush between each stone, seeking the pulse of a civilization devoted to the interplay of matter and spirit. On the island of Gozo stands Gantia, the Giant's Tower, so named by those who beheld its massive limestone blocks and presumed superhuman strength at work. Yet no mythic colossus raised these stones, each weighing dozens of tons. It was patient ingenuity and an intimate dialogue with the land that shaped walls arching inward to defy collapse. Walk through its broken doorways and hear the echoes of ceremonies guided by celestial cycles, a living stone calendar marking solstices and equinoxes in silence. The inward-leaning walls create a subtle, sacred geometry. They summon reverence for the builder's devotion, their desire to mirror the heavens in earthly form, and to root humanity in the cosmic rhythms of time. A short journey southward brings us to Mnajdra, where 3 conjoined temples stand like gateways to the sun itself. In the first rays of sunrise at equinox and solstice, openings in the stone capture light as if breathing, an act of architectural divinity that bathes inner chambers in golden glow. Without telescopes or compasses, these ancient astronomers oriented their sanctuaries with uncanny precision, as though guided by collective intuition handed down through generations. Were they charting seasons for practical harvest rituals, or awakening to metaphysical truths that bind human life to celestial order? Each carved threshold at Mnajdra invites a silent question. How deep does our yearning go to understand the dance of earth and sky? Who were these masterful temple builders, flourishing in an age before written script on Malta's limestone? Archaeology paints them as agrarians, tending grain fields and coastal fisheries. Yet no simple farmer's hand could lift megaliths without communal organization and profound intention. They left no scrolls to explain their rites, only the stones they shaped, stones that seemed to hum with stories of lost ceremonies and inner transformations. Some scholars suggest these people preserved fragments of an earlier, more advanced tradition, echoes of a vanished network that once linked disparate lands in reverence of earth energies. In their silence, they challenge modern minds to imagine a societal pulse driven by spiritual purpose rather than mere survival. In stepping within these temple enclosures, one feels the resonance of a spirituality rooted in the feminine principle. Earth goddesses carved in clay with swelling forms hint at devotion to life's generative power. Figurines discovered at every corner evoke fertility rites and the honor of cyclical birth, growth, decay, and renewal. The stones themselves stand like midwives of ritual, channeling energy from underfoot to the star-lit dome above. In the absence of written creed, the interplay of carved idol and chamber architecture offers a living testament to a worldview that saw no separation between land, body, and spirit. Each was a facet of one sacred whole cradled beneath Maltese skies. How then were such immense stones quarried and transported without metal tools or beasts of burden? Modern engineers and architects speak in hushed tones of the enigma, weighing theories from primitive lever systems to now lost technologies of vibration and resonance. It seems plausible that the builders discovered methods of softening stone or harnessing slopes and lubricated ramps in ways that defy our linear narrative of technological progress. In these questions lies an invitation to broaden our understanding of what ancient hands might achieve when guided by sacred intention, steady rhythm, and a profound respect for the material spirit of each rock. Through the carvings and alignments of Menadra, we glimpse a cosmic calendar intricately woven into stone thresholds and pillar shadows. When sunrise spills across the inner sanctum at dawn on the equinox, it is as if time itself pauses to pay homage, linking human ceremony to the great cycles of the solar year. This living clock testifies to a people who read the sky with no instruments but keen observation and poetic imagination. They cast their rituals into stone so that each generation might awake to the same quiet marvel, an unbroken dialogue between mortal footsteps and the arc of the sun. Beneath these edifices lies a terrain of soft limestone bedrock that bears the fingerprints of natural processes and ancient artisans alike. The very stone that forms the temples was hewn from the island's veins, a geocosmic partnership where geology and spirituality met. Caverns, quarries, and eroded hollows mark the landscape like hieroglyphs of Earth's deep history, prompting us to remember that sacred architecture is never separated from the living world. In contextual harmony, temple and terrain form an integrated circuit of energy, soil to stone, rock to ritual, as though the ground itself offered its vitality in every block set into place. Systematic excavations that began in the 19th century unveiled pottery shards, stone implements, and curious idols whose forms are at once foreign and intimate. Each artifact suggests daily rhythms of ritual preparation and sacred feasting, while the very absence of written records amplifies the enigma. Archaeologists brush away layer after layer of soil, and with each sweep, new questions emerge. What melodies rose within these halls? Which whispered prayers did unseen hands offer in flickering lamplight? The temples yield their offerings slowly, like a hermit revealing truths only to the patient seeker. Descend now into the hypogum of Hal Saflieni, a subterranean companion to the surface sanctuaries. Carved over 3 levels into the living rock, this underground cathedral was never meant for worship alone, but for funerary rites and perhaps for oracular communion. In the vaulted chambers, sound behaves in uncanny ways. A single whisper can roll like distant thunder, an echo that seems to originate in the bones of the earth. It was here that the boundary between life and death thinned, and each carved niche became a vessel for ancestral voices waiting to speak through dream and trance. Above ground, figurines such as the Sleeping Lady lie in quiet repose, sculpted with serene features that exude timeless calm. These small stone companions, often bearing voluptuous curves, invite interpretations of priestesses, deities, or priestly initiates lost to memory. In their stylized forms, one senses a language of metaphor, a silent lexicon linking stone, body, and breath. Each relief and miniature idol allows us to trace the contours of an inner world where human and divine merged, reminding seekers that the threshold between form and spirit may be thinner than we know. The walls of Malta's temples are etched with swirling spirals, serpentine lines, and geometric patterns that speak in a symbolic cipher. We might see here the first flickers of a lost writing system, an early grammar of the sacred shaped in relief. As Hildegard of Bingen once wrote, "Shapes are the silent letters of creation, and nowhere is this truer than in these rhythmic carvings." Each spiral might signify the cyclical path of the moon, each wave a reference to the sea, each loop a meditation on eternity. Deciphering this stone script becomes a meditation itself, a journey through abstraction into primal mystery. Embedded in the layout of Gantija and Mnajdra is the principle of sacred geometry, a blueprint echoing cosmic harmonies. Circles nest within ellipses, corridors align to golden ratios, and megalithic walls seem to vibrate in resonance with unseen frequencies. Modern seekers speak of these alignments as more than architectural feats. They are thought to attract and concentrate subtle energies, making each temple a nexus where earth energy meets celestial resonance. In walking these halls, one might feel a gentle hum, a reminder that the universe speaks in patterns as well as words. Yet the temple's delicate balance with wind and limestone demands vigilant care. Erosion, shifting climates, and the footfalls of curious travelers all threaten their integrity. Conservationists face the challenge of preserving not only stone, but the intangible aura woven into each megalith. Modern techniques strive to shield carvings from rain and lichen while maintaining breathability, lest we strip away the living quality that breathes myth and memory into every block. To safeguard these shrines is to honor the silent wisdom they hold, ensuring that future arrivals can still hear the lingering resonance of ancient chants. When we compare Malta's temples to Stonehenge in Britain, Newgrange in Ireland, or the pyramids of Giza, startling parallels emerge. From celestial alignments to monumental circular plans, a shared thread of human aspiration appears to weave through distant shores. As Carl Sagan once reflected, "We are star stuff, and these megaliths may be proof that long ago, human hearts recognized the need to anchor that cosmic origin in stone." Perhaps a once united network of temple centers existed, each contributing to a grand tapestry of spiritual architecture whose full design still eludes modern maps. Underlying the chronological enigma is radiocarbon data placing temple construction at a time when Europe was thought to be dominated by hunter-gatherer bands. This early sophistication upends linear models of progress, urging us to reconsider the emergence of societal complexity. Were these islands an outpost of a bygone civilization, or did their inhabitants rise to sudden brilliance in ritual devotion? The revision of timelines hints at missing chapters in our collective story, silent pages waiting for us to listen to carved echoes reverberating down through millennia. Around 2500 BCE, temple building abruptly ceased, leaving only weathered walls and the fading footprints of custom. Why did this culture vanish from the island's social landscape? Climate shifts, soil exhaustion, or a shift in collective cosmology might have severed the spiritual thread that bound community to stones. In their disappearance, the temple builders impart a cautionary tale. Civilizational achievements, exquisite though they may be, remain vulnerable to the ebb and flow of nature and belief. Their silent collapse reminds our age of the fragility woven into grandeur. The notion of ley lines threading through the landscape suggests that Malta's temples were sited along subtle earth currents, much like acupuncture points within a living body. These invisible pathways may have been known intuitively to ancient architects, who positioned each megalithic center to channel terrestrial energies into ritual action. Considered together, the temples form a constellation of power across the islands, and perhaps they once linked to sites beyond the sea, an underground network of spiritual conduits still awaiting full rediscovery by modern seekers. This network, spanning Europe and beyond, speaks to a prehistoric ethos that revered harmony between land, sky, and human spirit. Malta is not an isolated marvel, but part of a cosmic conversation, a shared language of architecture and alignment. Each stone circle, each dolmen, each chambered mound becomes a stanza in an ancient poem celebrating human wonder. By contemplating these interconnections, we open ourselves to the idea that cultural innovation is often a communal song, carried not on the winds of conquest, but on the breath of shared ritual and reverence. Deeply present in Malta's temples is the feminine divine, suggested by countless female figurines and goddess motifs. The spirit of creation, fertility, and nurturance permeated beliefs here, reflecting a societal embrace of balance and cyclical renewal. In honoring the goddess, temple builders may have sought equilibrium in community and environment, channeling energies of birth into the stones themselves. Their reverence for the female principle invites modern minds to reconsider the power of inclusivity and care as foundational forces that sustain both ritual and daily life. In contemporary esoteric circles, Malta's temples are seen as touchstones of a perennial wisdom, a legacy that invites spiritual practitioners to rediscover ritual harmony and cosmic attunement. Workshops, breathwork sessions, and sound meditations now fill these stones with new life, forging a bridge between Neolithic devotion and 21st century seekers. The temples become living archives, demonstrating that the heart of spiritual exploration remains unchanged, a quest to align ourselves with energies grander than our individual wills, to weave personal awakening into the continuum of human wonder. As we witness the interplay of material form and unseen energy within Malta's ancient sanctuaries, we confront the duality woven into all existence: stone and air, shadow and dawn, mortal breath and cosmic pulse meet in quiet symmetry. To meditate on these dualities is to embrace both weight and lightness, containment and expansion. In these halls, a path emerges for modern souls: to honor the body while soaring into contemplation, to root awareness in earth even as consciousness reaches toward the stars. In the loom of myth that weaves around these temples, echoes of Atlantis, epic voyages, and divine messengers ripple through time. Plato's dialogues whisper of lands lost beneath the waves, and seafarers of antiquity may have carried temple blueprints between ports. Though legends stray beyond literal history, they carry emotional truths, proof that humanity has always been prone to storytelling as a means of preserving sacred memory. To wander among Malta's megaliths is to step into a mythic dialogue, where every stone can become a word in the ancient song. Today, as silence falls over these sites at dusk, an invitation lingers in the air, to awaken forgotten sounds and rituals. The domed chambers hum with latent acoustics, waiting for breath and voice to stir them anew. Sound healers and ritual practitioners have begun to test each niche and corridor, exploring how chant, drum, or gentle bell might revive the temple's original resonance. In this interplay of vibration and stone, we remember that sacred spaces are as much heard as they are seen, and that the spiritual dimension often vibrates beyond the visual horizon. Across the ages, Malta's ancient temples have stood in patient witness to human possibility. Their weathered walls remain conduits for memory, urging us to recall the deep interweaving of earth, sky, and soul. As we depart from these silent halls, may we carry with us the quiet teachings of the temple builders, to honor the rhythms of nature, to seek alignment with cosmic cycles, and to recognize that our truest monuments may be the shared spaces where humanity bows together in reverent communion with the infinite. In the thin, crystalline air of the Bolivian highlands, Above 13,000 feet, where the sun kindles every rock with a brittle, pale light, Tiahuanaco emerges as a silent testament to a human endeavor, both magnificent and inscrutable. Here the wind moves like a breath drawn through ancient cathedrals of stone, carrying echoes of rituals performed in long-lost ages. We step onto this plateau as pilgrims crossing an unseen threshold, where each monolith and carved face invites us to surrender to the hush of forgotten knowledge. It is a place that defies the measured cadence of history, where questions bloom like wildflowers among the ruins. How was such a monumental complex conceived in an age when metallurgy and written records were yet to flourish? What hands laid those perfectly trimmed blocks, and by what ingenuity did they summon order from the sweep of Andean winds? Archaeologists place Tiahuanaco's rise around 15 centuries before the Common Era. But beneath the standing walls and weathered gateways lie deeper strata that glow with the promise of earlier beginnings. Carbon samples and stratigraphic echoes speak of foundational layers older than the known annals of Andean culture, as if a vanished people once shaped the land before yielding to time's inexorable sweep. Pottery shards, chipped tools, and faint glyphs etched on subterranean walls imply a proto-Tiahuanaco civilization whose lifeways remain woven into myth. Did the builders of the later ceremonial precinct recognize the stones they inherited as relics of a foregone culture? Or did they simply widen the corridors of stone, stacking memory upon memory until the past became indistinguishable from the present? In this layering of epochs, we sense not only a chronology, but a continuum of human aspiration reaching, across centuries, for communion with sky and earth. The engineering feats here rival those of Egypt's pyramids and the Cyclopean walls of Mycenae. Massive stones, some exceeding 100 tons, stand poised in rigid harmony, their edges so precisely dressed that no mortar was needed to bind them. How could a society lacking metal pulleys and wheeled vehicles maneuver such stones across uneven ground and raise them into place? Some modern scholars propose ramps, wooden rollers lubricated with llama fat, and coordinated labor forces. Others whisper of esoteric methods, sound levitation tuned to the natural frequencies of rock, or forgotten machines hidden in the mists of time. A hush of reverence falls when we consider that these blocks were not simply thrown together, but fitted like puzzle pieces in sacred geometry. Celestial alignments thread through the layout of plazas and gateways, hinting that those who cut the stone also charted the paths of stars, weaving astrology into architecture as though each monument were a living instrument tuned to cosmic rhythms. Within the larger precinct lies Puma Punku, the enigmatic quarter often called the Stonehenge of the Americas. Here, H-shaped stones stand in fractured rows, each block beveled with razor-sharp edges, channels carved so smoothly they seem polished by water long since vanished. Their precision is uncanny, right angles so exact that modern engineers marvel at the craftsmanship. The origin of these forms remains mysterious. Did Puma Punku serve as an experimental workshop for engineers of light and sound, or as a ceremonial stage for priests versed in the alchemy of rock? Some propose that its unique masonry shares echoes with ruins in distant lands, as if an intangible thread linked builders from Mesopotamia to the Andes. Fringe theories venture further still, imagining visitors from other worlds imparting technical secrets before slipping away into celestial night. Whether such explanations hold any measure of truth, the stones of Puma Punku stand as a cipher, inviting us to puzzle over human skill at a moment when we assume only primitive tools were at hand. Above ground, the ruins converge around open courtyards and towering gateways, but beneath our feet lie whispers of further mysteries. Tunnels wend their way through fractured strata, sometimes appearing as simple drainage channels, other times as corridors wide enough to suggest human passage. Myth speaks of an underworld carved by architects who understood the resonance of sound and the flow of energy. Could these subterranean halls have served as sanctuaries during times of upheaval, or as conduits for sacred knowledge, channeling earth energies like veins of living light? Across continents, tales of underground passageways beneath sacred cities persist. In Giza, in Angkor, in Chalcatzingo, hinting at a shared memory of hidden chambers where ritual and refuge intertwined. As we peer into half-buried doorways, we sense that Tiahuanaco's story extends below the surface, folded into catacombs that have yet to yield their full secrets. The people who shaped this place moved in a world where spirit and stone were one. Their cosmology reverberates through sculptures and stelae carved with figures bearing headdresses topped by condor wings, or clutching serpentine staffs entwined with lightning symbols. They worshipped Viracocha, the creator god said to have molded humankind from clay beside Lake Titicaca, then vanished across the Pacific to instruct people in arts of civilization. Depictions of mythical beings, half animal and half divine, loom on monolithic pillars as if guarding the threads between mortal flesh and cosmic being. In these silent guardians, we glimpse their relationship with the heavens, not a mere record of myth, but an active communion where stone became scripture, and every carving an invocation to the celestial order. Turning our gaze from icon to icon, we feel their reverence for the sky's mystery and their yearning to encode the world in a language both eternal and immediate. Their language, however, was not only carved in stone, but sung, chanted, and channeled through the architecture itself. Certain chambers amplify sound in ways that confound acousticians. A whisper on one side of a stone lintel may carry clear across a plaza, while drums struck in a remote alcove produce harmonic overtones that dance through corridors. Some researchers have speculated that these spaces functioned as sonic temples, where shamans harnessed resonance to enter altered states of consciousness. Imagine pilgrims gathering at dusk, when the last light glints along the ridges of stone, voices rising in chant, breathing in unison with the beating of carved drums, stones vibrating with an ancient song. In such a convergence of sound and structure, the boundary between human soul and cosmic harmony would blur, drawing participants into a shared trance of geometric wonder. The agricultural legacy of Tiahuanaco is equally remarkable. Far below the ceremonial terraces lie raised fields and canals so well engineered that modern farmers have reintroduced them to combat frost and drought. These waru, earthen platforms surrounded by water channels, trap solar heat by day and radiate it by night, creating microclimates that lengthen growing seasons in a harsh mountain environment. The design of these fields appears to reflect an intimate understanding of celestial cycles, with planting and harvesting timed to solstices, equinoxes, and the helical rising of constellations. In this way, farming became a sacred act of cosmic cooperation, where each seed planted was a prayer sown into the earth and sky alike. The integration of irrigation, astronomy, and agriculture weaves a narrative of stewardship that transcends mere survival, hinting at a philosophy born from watching the stars wheel overhead and the frost recede at dawn. Among the most iconic monuments stands the so-called Gate of the Sun, a heavy arch carved from a single block of andesite, its lintel decorated with a 12-ray sun and a procession of winged figures bearing staffs. Some have called it a solar calendar, others a stargate to realms unseen, but all agree it pulses with magnetic gravitas. As the sun rises on the June solstice, its beams strike the face of the gate, illuminating the central figure of a deity who appears to preside over the cycles of time. In those moments, the threshold between stone and spirit dissolves, and we glimpse the intention of its makers, to anchor the movement of the heavens in a doorway of rock, a cosmic portal linking mortal days to celestial ages. Nearby, the Ponce Stela preserves one of the oldest inscriptions in the Andes, its bas-relief figures clad in tunics, imprinted with llama motifs and ornate headdresses. Scholars have debated its iconography. Is it a chronicle of celestial events, a ritual text, or a code of governance? The symbols may not be a language in our sense, but a sacred script that maps the interplay of time, power, and divine right. Each carved line resonates with the possibility of shared wisdom exchanged across continents, perhaps carried by travelers who followed Pacific currents or navigated mountain passes in search of spiritual kin. The diversity of facial types, garments, and artistic styles carved into Tiahuanaco's stones suggests a cosmopolitan crossroads where ideas flowed like water through aqueducts, complex channels of both irrigation and intellectual nourishment. There are traces of pyramid-like mounds on the outskirts of the main site, truncated platforms rising in stepped tiers as if unfinished or partially reclaimed by Earth. Their purpose remains conjecture. Funerary tombs, astronomical observatories, or instruments of social control, mirroring political hierarchies in stone. In many cultures, pyramids serve as both tomb and temple, as embodiment of cosmic mountains or pillars between realms. Here, too, these mounds evoke a duality, earth-bound, yet reaching skyward, monumental but intimate in scale when approached by foot. They invite us to consider how power and spirituality intertwine, how leadership may have been legitimized by mastery of astronomy or control of water, and how architecture could shape the psyche of a society as much as its landscape. Beneath these landmarks, uncharted tunnels beckon with veiled suggestions of deeper narratives. Early explorers unearthed narrow shafts that plunge into darkness, their walls lined with smooth stone and occasional niches for offerings. Some speak of hidden vaults that might guard precious metals or sacred artifacts, while local legends tell of passages that link Tiahuanaco with other ancient centers, perhaps even beneath Lake Titicaca's waters. As we imagine the damp hush of these corridors, guided only by flickering lamps, we sense the potency of spaces carved for initiation or passage into otherworldly realms. Were these tunnels avenues for shamanic pilgrimage, rites of rebirth, or conduits of cosmic energy transmuted beneath foot and flame? We cannot close our contemplation without tracing the migrations that may have converged here. Artifacts bear resonances of cultures as diverse as the Amazon basin and the coastal plains of Peru, while unexpected echoes in dress and ornament hint at exchanges spanning vast distances. Perhaps small bands of travelers carried seed and story along forgotten paths, weaving together traditions in a synthesis of art and ritual. In Tiahuanaco's sculptures, we glimpse faces that defy simple classification, traits that nod toward the highlands of Argentina, the jungles of Colombia, even to regions beyond the ocean's blue fold. Each visage is a testament to human wanderlust, to the relentless urge to connect land and spirit, to trace the horizon in search of belonging. When we look up at the sky from these ruins, the same constellations that guided their builders still wheel overhead. The Milky Way drenches the firmament in spectral light, and stars once charted by Tiahuanaco priests continue to turn the wheel of seasons. In this living dialogue between stone and stars, we are reminded that architecture can be an act of cosmic translation, an attempt to render the sacred geometry of night into a language of human scale. Each carved angle, each aligned axis, each channel that catches starlight at solstice is a verse in a poem too vast for any history book. And yet, for all its grandeur and mystery, Tiahuanaco remains a silent witness. The stones give no voice beyond their echo in our imagination. The tunnels guard their treasures in shadow. The myths of Viracocha and the winged deities linger only as murmurs in crumbling relief. Here is a chronicle written in basalt and andesite, where each generation of stones envelopes the memory of the last, an unbroken melody of stone that sings of a people ever reaching skyward, even as they sank deep into the earth's embrace. At twilight, when the sun dips behind distant peaks and the high plain cools with violet calm, Tiahuanaco seems to breathe. It exhales a faint radiance that softens the edges of memory and time, inviting us to linger in the liminal space between history and myth. In that moment of hush, we feel renewed, not with answers, but with questions so profound they pulse like living stones beneath our feet. This is the sacred revival of a vanished world, where each whispered thought and each respectful pause become offerings to the unseen hands that shaped foundation upon foundation, carving not only monuments, but pathways into eternity. Dwarka, a name that drifts through ancient Indian lore like incense in a twilight temple, beckons us gently toward the threshold of the unknown. It is whispered that Lord Krishna once strode through its coral corridors beneath opalescent domes, that peacocks danced in gleaming courts threaded with jewels, and that sages proclaimed its walls a testament to divine artifice. Then, as if a celestial breath had sighed upon its gates, the city surrendered to the Arabian Sea, its towers dissolving into the hush of blue depths. The tale stirs a restless longing in the seeker's heart, inviting us to question whether the realm of myth might touch sand-grained reality stranded on the ocean floor. Beneath the gentle swell of waves, off the coast of Gujarat, lies a submerged realm where stone and story entwine. Sonar echoes ripple across ancient foundations, illuminating patterns that shimmer like ghostly mandalas pressed into the seabed. Darkened chambers, revealed through side-scan images, hint at walls carved in grid-like precision, as if architects of millennia past had plotted their city to mirror the cosmos itself. Divers who peer into those silent arches speak of a hush as profound as midnight ritual, an eerie stillness that seems to hum with the pulse of vanished lives. Each echo whispers questions. Could these ruins be the footprints of Krishna's sunken capital? Or are they magnetic illusions conjured by time's own artistry? The epic cycles of the Mahabharata carry us into an era when gods and mortals danced upon the same stage. Penned between roughly 400 BCE and 400 CE, its verses capture Dwarka in vivid detail. Splendid palaces glimmering beneath pearl-laden archways, marketplaces resonating with sacred chants, and temples where geometry and devotion coalesced in living stone. These poetic lines, passed from bard to scribe, bear the weight of centuries. But can the galvanic resonance of myth endure beyond metaphor? Skeptics question the epic's scope as historical record, while believers sense that the Mahabharata murmurs truths encoded beneath allegory. In that space between skepticism and faith, we begin to trace footprints toward a city half lost in legend, yet half anchored in the bedrock of our desire for discovery. In 1983, a team from the National Institute of Oceanography ventured into that veiled domain, guided by ancient verses and the gentle hum of modern technology. Side-scan sonar painted ghostly murals on the ocean bed, while scuba divers, cloaked in neoprene, drifted through underwater avenues. Each artifact, each block of dressed stone, became a fragment of a vast mosaic that challenged conventional timelines. Under a sky of indifferent stars, the explorers touched remnants of walls whose stones bore the patina of millennia. They felt as though they had lowered themselves into a sacred chamber of time, where the boundary between mythic narrative and archaeological evidence all but dissolved in the darkness. These underwater pilgrimages relied on machines that hummed with secrets, sonar pulses that chipped away at silence, submersibles with articulated arms, and magnetometers that shimmered at every metallic heartbeat. High-resolution cameras drifted beside divers, painting the abyss in subtle gradations of blue and gray. Researchers charted corridors that stretched for miles, mapping foundations with a reverence usually reserved for holy scripture. Each new photograph seemed pregnant with possibility, inviting contemplation rather than triumphal proclamation. Here, the language was not of headlines or hot takes, but of gentle discovery, as if the ocean itself had whispered, "Be still and learn." The relics unveiled were at once familiar and uncanny. Sandstone blocks forming angular passageways, circular platforms that might have served as communal altars, curious outcroppings of mortarless walls, whispering of engineering feats thought impossible for their era. Pottery shards etched with faint pigments clustered like fallen stars around what appeared to be hearths. Every fragment seemed to murmur a question, challenging us to discern whether we were witnessing the remnants of a vibrant harbor city or the playful designs of coastal geology. Yet even in the swirl of doubt, the emotional resonance of each find bore an undeniable weight, an echo of lives lived in devotion, commerce, and communal ritual. Gliding through those submerged corridors, divers spoke of an uncanny order, of stones laid out in what looked like regimented streets. The ocean's current, slow and deliberate, swept through archways once traversed by ancient feet, now carrying shells and silt, as if nature had repurposed them into living mosaics. Columns rose from the sand in measured intervals, suggesting the careful geometry of a cityscape designed to align with celestial bodies. Even in decay, those stones radiated a quiet authority, reminding us that our ancestors possessed a sensibility for planning that mirrored cosmic cycles, an intertwining of architecture, astronomy, and spirituality that we sometimes forget is woven into the tapestry of antiquity. The layout seems to reflect a civilization deeply attuned to both earth and sky, its planners echoing the sacred geometry found in Vedic temples. Streets may have oriented toward solstices, platforms aligned to equinoxes, and public squares positioned for ceremonies under moonlit gatherings. This possibility illuminates a worldview in which everyday life was inseparable from spiritual expression, where cities were not mere habitats, but rituals carved into stone. In pondering this, we are invited to reconsider our modern partitions of secular and sacred, recognizing that for many ancient cultures, to build a city was to write a prayer in granite, to craft a manifesto of faith in the language of stone. Near those monumental stones, terracotta shards lay half-buried like pages from a forgotten book. The pottery's curvature and clay composition spoke of specialized workshops, perhaps patronized by the elite, where artisans mixed local sediments with foreign pigments. Each broken rim suggested communal feasts or daily meals, whose flavors remain unknowable yet tantalizing. The vessels bore fingerprints of hands long stilled, their curves imprinted with tales of domestic harmony, of kitchens warmed by hearth fires and conversations laced with reverence for deities and ancestors. In examining these vessels, we glimpse the pulse of everyday existence, markets alive with barter, kitchens fragrant with spice, and a weaving together of life's sacred and mundane. Beyond shards of pottery, copper tools glinted faintly in photographs, their verdigris hinting at metallurgical prowess. Beads carved from shell and stone clustered like necklaces of memory, perhaps worn by priest kings or dancers. Each relic acted as a narrative thread, stitching together a tapestry of trade routes and cultural currents. Might these tools echo craftsmanship from distant river valleys or coastal enclaves? Did the beads traverse merchant ships like silent ambassadors bridging realms of language and tradition? In the delicate dance between object and observer, we find ourselves contemplating not only the artisan's technique, but also the web of connections that looped across ancient seascapes, binding disparate communities into an intricate human network. Engraved upon some stones and pottery, enigmatic symbols emerged like an indecipherable lexicon. Some resembled numerals or tally marks, while others hinted at stylized animals or celestial phenomena. In their abstraction lay both challenge and invitation, for they suggested a society steeped in record-keeping, ritual notation, or cosmic observation. Linguists muse that these marks may represent a protoscript, a nascent stage of communication that bridges purely pictorial symbols and phonetic writing. Whether they signified temple inventories, astrological charts, or spiritual canticles, these engravings beckon us toward a deeper understanding of how ancient peoples made visible the invisible rhythms of their world. Some of these motifs reflect curious parallels with signs found far to the north and west in the Indus Valley civilization. The recurring spiral, the cross-hatched square, the emblematic fish, all hint at shared cultural ancestry or prolonged exchange. Could seafaring traders have carried these symbols between riverine settlements and offshore harbors? Did the same sages record observations of Venus rising in the east, dictating the array of marks to generations of scholars? The idea of a fluid cultural continuum dissolves modern borders, reminding us that ancient civilizations often shimmered along trade winds and tidal currents, forming a tapestry of human creativity that defies tidy compartmentalization. To anchor such discoveries in time demands rigorous dating techniques, each bringing its own grace and uncertainty. Radiocarbon analyses of organic materials hint at a date range stretching from roughly 7,000 to 9,000 BCE, but sediment shifts and marine currents can obscure those results. Thermoluminescence tests on ceramic fragments attempt to capture the moment when clay last felt fire's kiss, while optically stimulated luminescence examines quartz grains for traces of sunlight exposure. In every method lies both promise and challenge, an invitation to refine our tools, to balance humility with confidence. We inch toward chronology, aware that each new datum can rewrite chapters of human antiquity. Knowledge of Dwarka's antiquity thus depends on a symphony of disciplines, archaeology singing alongside oceanography, geology whispering to climate science, and linguistics harmonizing with mythology. By comparing shoreline shifts, tectonic records, and epic poetry, researchers craft a mosaic that invites both empirical rigor and imaginative empathy. Debate flourishes, but it is not a contest of triumph. Rather, it is an act of collective curiosity, each viewpoint a lens refracting ancient light. In this gathering of minds, we glimpse the potential of collaboration to stretch the limits of inquiry, forging a shared narrative that neither dismisses myth outright nor lapses into unquestioning reverence. These sunken stones bear witness to a time when the planet itself underwent profound transformation. As ice melted and sea levels rose during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene, coastlines shifted inland, swallowing vast tracts of terrain that once teemed with life. Storm surges, tectonic tremors, and shifting monsoon patterns may have conspired to accelerate the submersion of coastal settlements, casting Dwarka's marble columns into the saline depths. In this rhythm of Earth's breath, we find parallels to modern climate concerns: impermanence, adaptation, and the delicate interdependence of human endeavor and planetary forces. Sediment cores extracted near the ruins reveal layers of silt deposited in pulses, like pages of an underwater chronicle. Fossilized pollen speaks of mangrove thickets giving way to open sea, while microfauna trace the ebb and flow of salinity. Each layer whispers a chapter of change, reminding us that the ground beneath our feet is never wholly still. Geological forces molded landscapes, shapes that human hands then shaped into sanctuaries of stone. In studying these strata, scholars perceive the interplay of time and tectonics, an enduring reminder that our constructed worlds always respond to a deeper, primal geology. Oceanography lends its own vantage point, mapping submerged topographies with meticulous precision. High-resolution bathymetric surveys trace ridges and channels that hint at ancient river mouths now drowned beyond memory. Currents and sediment transport patterns guide explorers to likely sites of human occupation, narrowing the search field. Like an oracle attuned to the pulse of the deep, oceanographers decipher subtle clues hidden in temperature gradients and salinity profiles. Their insights transform the sea from a barrier into a cartographer's canvas, upon which the story of Dwarka's decline and disappearance can be beautifully sketched. Guided by these aquatic cartographies, research teams plan dives that resemble pilgrimages, slow descents into rooms where every stone feels alive with history. Robotic arms brush away silt with surgeon's care, revealing bricks etched with telluric marks. Divers hover as though in temple sanctums, lights whispering across columns like whispered verses. Each expedition unfolds as a meditative ritual rather than a dash for headlines, with researchers journaling poetic impressions alongside technical measurements. In this careful choreography, science and spirituality merge, reminding us that to explore is to listen as much as to see, to honor the voices enshrined in encrusted walls. Advancements in underwater robotics and artificial intelligence continue to transform these explorations into deeper forays. Autonomous submersibles equipped with AI-driven imaging glide through labyrinthine passages, identifying anomalies invisible to the human eye. LiDAR technology scans surfaces with laser precision, constructing three-dimensional models that can be examined on shore. Virtual reality platforms then invite scholars, students, and curious minds to walk through sunken streets, reviving a city lost to time. In this convergence of code and coral, Dwarka emerges not only as a site of stones and symbols, but as a living dreamscape, accessible to anyone with the desire to wander through its silent avenues. To stand at the crossroads of myth and data is to embrace a widening of perspective. The legends that speak of Krishna's palace need not stand opposed to carbon dates, for myth often encodes kernels of truth within allegory. In reading the Mahabharata alongside sediment charts, we learn to oscillate between poetry and precision, honoring both lines of inquiry. This integrative approach does more than validate ancient lore. It enriches our understanding of the human impulse to narrate, to sanctify geography with story. Dwarka thus becomes a testament to the capacity of myth and science to dance together, revealing faceted insights that neither could attain in isolation. The unraveling of Dwarka's mystery depends on minds from every horizon converging in shared inquiry. Geologists measure tectonic shifts, while linguists decode archaic symbols. Climate scientists model ancient monsoon patterns as anthropologists examine oral traditions. Workshops and conferences become gardens of dialogue, where hypotheses blossom through respectful challenge. Each discipline contributes its own melody to a grand fugue, elevating the study from isolated fragments into an interdisciplinary symphony. In this collective endeavor, the ancient city's narrative transforms from the possession of one field into a communal treasure, a mirror reflecting the richness that emerges when diverse perspectives unite. Dwarka's sunken stones resonate far beyond the shores of Gujarat, echoing global tales of lost metropolises like Atlantis or the submerged formations of the Bimini Road. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe rewrote our understanding of Stone Age cognition. In the Bahamas, linear limestone slabs challenge definitions of natural formation versus human design. By tracing parallels between these distant sites, we glimpse a world where humanity repeatedly harnessed monumental architecture to express cosmic knowledge. Each ruin becomes a verse in a planetary hymn of creation and collapse, inviting us to perceive ancient developments not as isolated marvels, but as chords in a universal symphony of emergent consciousness. Rediscovering Dwarka carries significance that ripples across hearts and communities. For coastal villagers whose ancestors recalled tales of a city swallowed by waves, each newly surveyed block sows seeds of pride and remembrance. National and global audiences likewise find that the sunken stones awaken dormant connections to past wisdom. Festivals and pilgrimages arise, where storytellers recite epic passages beside low tides that reveal glimpses of underlying masonry. In art and literature, Dwarka's memory incarnates as paintings, poems, and meditative compositions. These cultural reverberations remind us that archaeology is more than study of artifacts. It is a catalyst for collective identity, renewing our sense of continuity with the deep human past. In the hushed cathedral of the ocean floor, Dwarka's remnants invite us to reflect upon the ephemeral and the eternal. Each block carved by ancient hands, each fragment smeared with incrustations, beckons us to consider what lies buried not only in silt and salt, but in the chambers of the human soul. Those stoic stones chronicle a civilization's rise and fall, yet they also speak to our timeless impulse to build, to believe, and to dream beyond the horizon of the known. As the waves continue their gentle patter over this submerged city, we too continue to listen, poised between myth and revelation, allowing the whispers of Dwarka to guide us through the quiet corridors of wonder. On the mist-draped hills of Scotland, where the low sun glints on heather and hidden lochs, ancient stone enclosures stand like silent sentinels of a time before written history. These enigmatic structures, known to modern scholars as vitrified forts, carry upon their weathered walls the haunting glow of heat so intense it fused raw rock into glass. No written record survives to explain who first laced these ramparts with flames of transformation, nor to reveal whether their creation was born of the practical defense, ritual ceremony, or some deeper, lost artistry. We wander among their charred remains as though crossing thresholds of memory, feeling in each fused stone the pulse of a people whose imagination moved fire and earth alike. Rumors persist of temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, as though the ancients mastered an element that we ourselves struggle to command. In the hush of fading daylight, the forts invite us to question the boundaries between human craft and natural fury, between the practical needs of protection and the ineffable call of sacred experimentation. These vitrified ruins scatter primarily across the rugged landscapes of Argyll, Inverness Shire, Perthshire, and further into the Highlands, numbering more than 70 sites that pierce the Scottish skyline. Elsewhere, smaller clusters appear in Ireland and select corners of mainland Europe, yet nowhere with such density or mysterious prominence. Perched atop rocky knolls and commanding distant views of glen and sea, each fort's strategic placement bespeaks both vigilance against intruders and communion with the surrounding land. Some walls stretch in sweeping curves, while others form jagged perimeters that speak of multiple rebuilding efforts, hints of evolving purposes, or renewed rites. The wide distribution suggests a network of shared knowledge, an echo of prehistoric craftsmen carrying their secrets from hill to hill, across watercourses and passage graves, forging an unspoken kinship in rock and flame. At the heart of these fortresses lies a geological marvel: vitrification. Under modern experiment, melting granite, gneiss, or schist into glassy masses demands a furnace of staggering heat and unwavering fuel. The vitrified walls bear witness to this forgotten furnace, each fused joint a silent testimony to elemental transformation. Scholars have long debated whether the burning timbers of wooden ramparts, set alight in war or ritual, spilled their fire into the stone, or if builders deliberately heaped kindling to ignite a controlled conflagration, intended to meld wall and earth into one solid, shimmering mass. Whatever the method, the result stands as neither holy artifice nor purely nature's doing, but at the intersection of human will and wild energy, a crucible through which stone became something new, coalescing strength and symbolism in one glowing form. In contemplating such feats, we glimpse the complexity of societies that flourished before iron-plowed fields and wheeled carts traversed roads. To raise thick stone enclosures demanded collective labor, a shared vision of protection, ceremony, or perhaps dominion over the unseen realms of spirit. Coordinating fires hot enough to melt rock implies mastery of wood selection, wind direction, and fuel management, skills honed through generations of trial and guarded as tribal secrets. The effort hints at leaders or priest-craftsmen who commanded reverence, directing communal energies in both physical endurance and spiritual devotion. These walls whisper of social structures more organized and nuanced than simple hunting bands, suggesting an interplay of defense, ritual, authority, and imagination that predate the fortified hilltops of later Celtic and Pictish times. One such realm of fire-streaked stone, Dun Mac Sneachan, beside the deep waters of Loch Etive, offers a poignant window into the mysteries at hand. Here, in the hush before dawn, charred timbers still linger under fractured glassy panels, as though the past clutching at the present with smoky tendrils. The fort's vantage, gazing out over silent waves and distant peaks, implies both physical watchfulness and ritual observance, perhaps a place where highland clans gathered for feasts, oaths, or rites of passage. Archaeologists uncover fragments of bone and pottery, suggesting hearth gatherings in which the boundaries between life and afterlife might blur in flickering torchlight. At Dunmaxnichen, the very act of vitrification seems enmeshed with stories of survival, forging communal identity through the crucible of shared fire. Was this scorching of stone unintended, a destructive byproduct of warfare, or born of meticulous design, an ancient alchemy of rock and flame? Some propose a pragmatic theory. Rival clans set ramparts ablaze in heated sieges, only to discover that the resulting heat fused walls, paradoxically strengthening them against future attacks. Others sense a more ritualistic intent, envisioning specialists who coaxed elemental forces to bind stone in a symbolic act of renewal, purification, or a demonstration of clan solidarity. In that light, vitrification becomes a ceremony as much as a technique, a communion with the primal energy of fire, a transformation both physical and metaphorical. The lines between technology and magic blur, drawing us into a realm where chemistry dances with myth and human ambition engages nature's fiercest power. Fire and stone intertwine as both medium and message, each wall a testament to the harnessing of volatile energy for lasting purpose. Fire's dual nature, creative and destructive, resonates in the psyche of ancient peoples, a living element invoked in myths worldwide. In the rhythm of crackling flames and the glow of molten rock, they may have perceived an echo of cosmic processes: star birth, volcanic upheaval, the eternal flux of creation and decay. The forts become elemental altars, vast fields of ritual where communities confronted the raw edge of transformation. Stone, ordinarily cold and inert, was reborn in fire's embrace, its hard lines softened into glassy seams, symbolizing cycles of death and rebirth, resilience born in the heart of destruction. Some spiritual thinkers glimpse in these vitrified ramparts more than human ingenuity. They see portals to other realms or monuments to cosmic energies. They imagine alignments with thunder bolting from summer skies, channeling lightning's purity to fuse rock in bursts of arc-like heat. They ponder possible connections to celestial phenomena. The solstice sun striking a particular angle, the dance of Orion's belt at midnight grazing a hillside, the waxing moon reflecting in smelted seams as a sign from ancestors. Such interpretations, though unprovable, evoke an ancient worldview at one with the heavens, a perspective in which stone, fire, and starfire converge in a silent liturgy of earth and sky. Yet the ash and glass that coat these walls pose difficulties for modern chronology. High heat events often consume organic matter, erasing the very clues needed for radiocarbon dating. Scholars mine adjacent soils for charcoal fragments or examine pottery shards for contextual timelines, while luminescence dating of minerals offers tentative age estimates. Each measurement arrives laden with margins of error, leaving final dates dangling between 2 millennia. 2000 BCE at the most conservative, perhaps 3000 BCE, or earlier at the boldest. In remote seasons, excavators scaled desiccated slopes to brush away centuries of lichen and wind-blown soil, exposing the fused cores that defy easy classification. The forts endure as both records of past precision and unsolved riddles of time. Within the hearths and hollows of these structures lie subtle hints of ceremony: carved stone altars, fringed pathways that guide pilgrims from entrance to inner sanctum, deposits of pigment, and small offerings of bone or shell. Such placements intimate rituals of purification, community oath-taking, or rites of passage under a cloak of smoke and ember. To witness stone melting into glass could have stirred awe akin to witnessing the shifting seasons or the northern lights, a sacred spectacle binding individuals to tribe, land, and unseen worlds. In transforming rampart and rock, these communities may have sought to transform themselves, leaving behind fortresses that bore the traces of collective transcendence. Fire's role in ancient life extended far beyond forging stone. It was hearth, forge, signal beacon, and ceremonial centerpiece. In Vitruvian symbolism, flame represented the spark of consciousness, the divine gift lighting every human heart. Within the vitrified forts, fire became monumental, a deliberate act that fused community identity with elemental power. The crackling blaze, whether coaxed by tinder bundles or wild winds, would have reshaped not only walls but perceptions, anchoring myth and memory in a smoky glow that lingered in embers long after the last flame died. Evidence suggests that some forts may also have served as simple observatories, alignment markers placed to catch the rising or setting of specific stars and solstices. In the long arc of Scotland's seasons, the precise timing of harvest or winter solstice held paramount importance, and carefully aligned walls could demarcate celestial cycles. Viewed from within, the glitter of vitrified seams might have mirrored scattered stars, drawing the heavens down to Earth's surface in a silent communion. Such alignments elevate these sites beyond the strategic to the cosmic, binding daily life to cycles measured in orbits rather than heartbeats. The peelback of peat and soil in excavation trenches yields more than vitrified rock. Tools for carving, fragments of pottery, beads of copper and bronze that speak of trade routes stretching towards the Mediterranean. Occasionally, human remains appear in crouched graves or within wall niches, bearing grave goods that hint at status or ritual sacrifice. Sometimes abandonment lies silently inscribed: toppled walls, broken hearths, hoarded vessels left behind, as if communities walked away in search of new beginnings, leaving charred citadels as melancholic ruins of bygone dreams. Over centuries, local folklore wove myth around these scorched stone circles. Tales speak of giants crafting their citadels by day and lighting them by night, of dwarfish smiths molding iron in subterranean forges whose fires radiated through the bedrock. Some legends claim that druids summoned spirits to dance among the embers, safeguarding clans through incantations echoing across glens. These stories, passed by hearthlight and mist, infuse the vitrified forts with human longing, a narrative tapestry stitched across generations, blending memory and imagination in threads of gold and smoke. Yet these sites do not stand alone in human history's grand tapestry. Across the globe, from the carved pillars of Göbekli Tepe to Malta's megalithic temples, from the stepped pyramids of Central America to the submerged streets of Dwarka, ancient peoples manipulated stone and fire in sacred conversation. Might the vitrified hills of Scotland be part of an unspoken kinship, a reflection of shared human urges to shape matter as an expression of spirit? Such parallels invite wonder at a collective subconscious, a mental horizon in which stone became symbol and flame became scripture. In challenging accepted narratives of prehistoric capability, the forts compel historians and enthusiasts to broaden their lens. They remind us that human history is not solely a march of progress measured in metal and written texts, but also a tapestry of experimental forays merging science, art, and ritual. Modern archaeology, wielding ground-penetrating radar and geochemical assays, now probes these ancient experiments, while historians ponder the social networks woven through resource management and ritual display. The forts remain an open-ended question, prompting us to reconsider linear timelines that privilege later civilizations at the expense of earlier, equally ingenious cultures. Contemporary material scientists engage in small-scale kiln trials, seeking to replicate vitrification effects under controlled conditions. Their discoveries hint at systematic approaches, layering timber, peat, and stone in precise sequences, leveraging wind corridors to amplify heat in natural chasms, designing drain channels to feed air to buried fires. Though such experiments can produce glassy seams under modern oversight, they also underscore the logistical feat our ancestors achieved without metal tools or industrial fuel supplies. In echoing these ancient methods, today's engineers glean lessons in sustainable heating practices, carbon management, and site-sensitive design. Proof that the past can illuminate the future. In Scotland's cultural memory, vitrified forts remain potent symbols of ancestral resilience and creativity. They anchor regional identity, linking present-day clans and communities to a lineage of flame-touched stone that defies simple explanation. Festivals and heritage sites commemorate their mystique, offering guided twilight walks where visitors stand in silent awe as torches flicker against the glassy walls, forging a living bridge between past and present. These gatherings revive echoes of ancient rites, drawing people into a shared awareness of roots embedded in rock and story. Yet time's relentless breath erodes even the stoutest ramparts, and modern pressures, tourist footfall, agricultural encroachment, climate shifts, threaten to blur the edges of these sites into oblivion. Conservationists labor to balance access with protection, employing 3D scanning and digital modeling to immortalize every crack and fused plate before it wears into memory. In preserving these structures, we honor not just stone and glass, but the network of human hearts that labored and believed, whose embers still glow in collective consciousness. Beyond academic journals, vitrified forts have seeped into novels, films, and art installations, inspiring stories of time travel, ley line mysteries, and clandestine alchemies. They evoke a primal fascination with ancient crafts and the enduring question of what forces lie beneath the visible world. Creative directors stage scenes in their shadowy corridors. Poets invoke their glow as metaphors for transformation, and composers weave ambient soundtracks echoing crackling fire against wind-swept grass. In every form, the forts encourage an engagement that transcends mere historical curiosity, inviting each of us to participate in the unfolding mystery. When one stands atop a vitrified hill at dusk, the glassy veins in fractured rocks catch the dying light, creating an otherworldly mosaic that speaks of both permanence and impermanence. In these moments, the forts cease being silent stones and become living palimpsests, records of labor, ritual, ambition, and awe. Their melted seams frame a deep aesthetic appreciation, reminding us that functional architecture can also be art, and that nature can be coaxed to yield unexpected beauty when mind and hearth converge. To rekindle the spirit of those long-gone builders, local communities host reenactment events, donning woolen tunics and leather garb, lighting controlled fires that glow safely but evoke the ancient blaze. storytellers and musicians gather by flickering torches, weaving sagas reimagined from fragments of archaeological data and folklore. Visitors partake in ancient crafts, stone carving demonstrations, charcoal making, weaving wool blankets, bridging millennia through hands-on practice. In these celebrations, past and present merge, kindling human connection across centuries as potent as any flame. At the juncture of empirical inquiry and imaginative reception, vitrified forts reside in a liminal space where science and speculation entwine. Geologists analyze mineral structures under microscopes, while dreamers trace ley lines in moonlight. Both pursuits honor the human drive to question, to piece together scattered clues of our ancestral landscapes, and to find meaning at the threshold between the known and the ineffable. The forts beckon us to hold dualities in balance: evidence and intuition, technology and ritual, stone's cold logic, and fire's wild poetry. Perhaps the most enduring mystery is their ultimate purpose. Did ancient hands intend to erect impenetrable ramparts by fusing walls into seamless glass? Or did they stumble upon vitrification in the heat of conflict and choose to preserve it as a strange victory? Were these acts defensive, symbolic, or exploratory? Each wall an experiment in realigning human and elemental energies? The answer remains buried beneath layers of earth, myth, and scholarly debate, urging us to contemplate our own motives when we shape the world around us: protection or spectacle, necessity or transcendence. In the final hush of our journey across Scotland's vitrified forts, we find ourselves enveloped in a legacy both solid and shifting. Stone metamorphosed in fire and memory. These ramparts, scorched by an ancient will to transform, hold up a mirror to our own quests for meaning in the interplay of material and spirit. As we depart their silent thresholds, the glow in the fused rock persists in the corners of our mind, inviting us to kindle our inner fires, to stand resilient against life's storms, and to inscribe our own stories upon the world in echoes of flame and stone. In the silent heart of the Andes, beneath wind-swept plateaus and terraced hills, lies a secret realm of winding passageways that stretch like silent veins through ancient stone. These labyrinths, carved into the living earth long before the height of the Inca Empire, extend for hundreds of kilometers across Peru and Bolivia. Their sharply hewn walls and vaulted tunnels defy the gentle curvature of natural caverns, revealing instead the imprint of deliberate intellect and unwavering purpose. As one follows their dimly lit corridors, the musty air seems to echo with the footsteps of generations unseen. In the hush of these subterranean cathedrals, one senses a presence far older than recorded history, an echo of forgotten hands that shaped stone with techniques lost to time. Gazing at such vast underground networks, modern scholars, mystics, and wanderers alike are drawn into contemplation, revisiting the boundaries of human ingenuity and asking what ancient wisdom may linger in these hidden depths. Beneath the shadows, geometric alignments hint at celestial patterns, as if the builders traced the constellations on the underside of the earth. In some tunnels, faint grooves mark the passage of light from concealed openings above, revealing not mere functional corridors, but sacred axes connecting the visible sky to the subterranean realm. The rhythm of these corridors suggests more than a simple route from one chamber to another. They move in spirals, octagonal sanctuaries, and intersecting nodes that invite reflection on cosmic geometry. Scholars note parallels with surface shrines where stone calendars and starlit ceremonies once guided ritual. Yet below ground, there is an intimacy that transcends the open sky, as though the silent depths themselves were consecrated to initiation. The stone and spirit entwine in hushed communion here, inviting a conversation between flesh, memory, and eternity. In the oral traditions of the region, these tunnels appear clothed in myth and memory. Highland elders speak softly of the ant people, tiny beings said to have burrowed into the earth to escape a world undone by fire and flood. Their voices, carried on the wind, tell of subterranean kingdoms where jewel-like mushrooms glimmered in torchlight and sacred chants rose in unison with the slow drip of condensation. These legends, passed from mother to child beside flickering hearths, refuse to be dismissed as mere fable. Instead, they beckon with the possibility that allegory might conceal fragments of prehistory, encoded in stories echoing through millennia. When approached with reverence, these tales invite us to imagine a time when humans, or beings close to our shape and soul, knew how to read the language of stone, carving secrets that survive in echoing galleries beneath our feet. As one wanders deeper into these subterranean arteries, the boundary between legend and archaeology softens. Dusty corridors lead to chambers where water drips in rhythmic cadence, like the steady beat of an ancient drum. In these echoing halls, imagination mingles with research. Fallen rocks become runic inscriptions. Shadows on the wall shape themselves into spectral guardians. While scientific instruments measure mineral composition and tool marks, the heart yearns to glimpse the spirit imprinted upon each carved surface. What lamentations, what hopes, what ceremonies once filled these spaces? With each step, the modern visitor senses a bridge between the rational study of tool traces and the poetic resonance of ancestral song. The tunnels become a liminal space where archaeology and myth converge, offering a sacred opportunity for both empirical inquiry and quiet contemplation. When European explorers and missionaries first descended into these labyrinths, they carried a mixture of curiosity and caution. In the diaries of conquistadors, astonishment reverberates through scratchy, ink-blotted pages, corridors that stretched indefinitely, rooms hewn with uncanny precision, and faint carvings defying easy interpretation. For Spaniards steeped in the classical precepts of Roman and Gothic architecture, the smooth, vaulted tunnels beneath the Andes shattered every expectation. They recorded their findings in sketchy maps bound within broader chronicles of conquest. Yet these underground passages were always noted as phenomena apart, as if drawing breath from another dimension. Many of these early accounts were suppressed or lost, deemed distractions from gold and territory, but those fragments that survive continue to evoke wonder and a profound sense of otherness. Imperial edicts, such as the orders of Charles V, discouraged non-religious excavations and cautioned indigenous guides against revealing too much. The intent was to consolidate colonial authority by monopolizing knowledge of the land's hidden marvels. Despite this, whispered murmurs of secret tunnels persisted among Europeans and native peoples alike. A priest might slip away at dawn to explore a narrow shaft believed to lead to a hidden spring, or a soldier might trade a few days' rations for a charcoal map drawn on discarded jaguar hide. Even under the weight of decrees, curiosity lingered like a candle's glow against the darkness, fueling clandestine journeys into the earth. These furtive explorations, recorded in coded notebooks and oral fragments, offered tantalizing glimpses of chambers now buried beneath centuries of debris. Examining the carved walls today, researchers find evidence of advanced techniques that challenge conventional timelines. Many tunnels exhibit remarkable smoothness and consistent curvature, features suggesting tools far more refined than stone axes. In some chambers, the striations left behind hint at a form of drilling or abrasion unknown in the established archaeological record of pre-Columbian South America. Scholars debate whether copper implements, hardened wooden bobs, or perhaps conceptual methods akin to sonic resonance played a role in carving these spaces. Such speculation invites a reimagining of ancient craftsmanship, where the boundary between technology and ritual dissolves. Whether the sculptors used simple grit or secret formulas for softening stone remains uncertain, but the artistry undeniably speaks to a deep, almost reverential dialogue between artisan and material. Among the most intriguing theories is the idea that knowledge flowed along ancient trade routes stretching beyond the Americas. Some researchers propose that early seafarers or lost migrations brought techniques from forgotten cultures, weaving a web of shared architectural wisdom. Yet another, more esoteric hypothesis contemplates influences from off-planet intelligences or pre-human lineages, ideas dwelling at the edges of both science and speculation. While such notions stray from conventional academic comfort zones, they echo the impulse to honor the tunnel's mystery rather than rush to tidy explanations. In this light, the labyrinths emerge not merely as arenas of human endeavor, but as crossroads where diverse currents of ingenuity converge, reflecting a tapestry of memory woven across continents and ages. Through the wheeling lens of modern reflection, we see how our ancestors blended environmental necessity with visionary ambition. The tunnels may have begun as practical channels for water, sweat-damp stones carrying rain from highlands toward parched fields. Their interlocking patterns mirror the branching veins of a leaf, efficient conductors of life-giving moisture. Yet this utilitarian design seems to have evolved beyond irrigation, blossoming into corridors that invite spiritual passage. Here, practicality and transcendence converge. The very stones that carried water may have been charged with the same energy powering initiation rites. In contemplating these dual functions, we glimpse a worldview where nature and spirit are not divided, but coalesce in every hewn surface and every vaulted arch. Indeed, several scholars envision the tunnels as aqueducts in disguise, vaulted conduits weaving beneath the earth to temper floods or irrigate terraces unseen. In times of drought, farmers might have channeled life through hidden arteries, turning the hills green once more. The acoustics of flowing water would have lent a soothing undercurrent to the darkness, transforming function into ceremony. Pilgrims may have journeyed through damp passages, their footsteps aligning with the rhythm of dripping droplets, culminating in hidden springs where sacred offerings were placed to honor mountain deities. Yet this vision, while elegant, leaves unanswered why so much care was poured into carving unreachable caverns or adorning the walls with symbols echoing solar and lunar cycles instead of leaving them plain. The poetic mind turns to another possibility, that these chambers were sanctuaries of initiation, thresholds between the world above and the chthonic realms below. Entering the tunnel meant stepping out of the familiar into a realm of introspection, where each breath and echo became an instrument of self-discovery. In one cavern, the contours narrow until only one person can pass, a metaphor for transformation. Elsewhere, an octagonal sanctuary opens onto a sky-lit shaft, where moonlight filters through loose stones, creating a celestial spotlight. Such spaces might have hosted rites of passage, guiding initiates through symbolic death and rebirth. In the hush of these rock-hewn sanctuaries, the soul encounters a silence so profound it becomes a mirror for one's hidden depths. Some passages, however, seem less like ceremonial aisles and more like emergency egresses, offering refuge when surface life was imperiled. Stories tell of fleeing clans slipping into secret shafts to escape invaders or cosmic upheaval. The tunnels branch like safety valves, leading to hidden shelters stocked with provisions, or to vantage points where the Earth's tremors could be felt in advance. In this reading, the network served as both sanctuary and alarm system, a subterranean fortress crafted by hands attuned to the rhythms of human conflict and geological unrest. These corridors, so carefully concealed and intricately woven, stand as testament to a people who revered both earth and sky, preparing in shadow for storms that might again descend upon the world. As we trace these ideas across the globe, echoes appear in other ancient labyrinths: the subterranean cities of Cappadocia, the silent chambers beneath Malta's temples, and the enigmatic catacombs of Crete. Each site reflects a universal impulse to carve refuge and ritual into the bowels of the earth, yet each retains its unique signature of style and symbolism. Are these resonances the product of shared memory, or do they arise from the convergent evolution of human creativity confronting similar needs? Is there perhaps a subtle thread of collective consciousness, a buried network of thought that once connected disparate cultures? Such contemplations teeter on the edge of empirical science, inviting us to hold both skepticism and wonder in equal measure. Critics caution that such parallels may simply reveal human ingenuity, distinct societies arriving at analogous solutions to shared challenges. They remind us that the forces of gravity, moisture, and ritual may lead independent cultures to carve similar structures. Yet it remains undeniable that when one lights a torch in the bowels of the earth, the glow illuminates not only stone, but the shared yearning to find sanctuary and meaning in hidden places. As new technologies yield fresh measurements and comparisons, we may one day map the true extent of these connections. Until then, the interplay between independence and interaction continues to shape our interpretations, weaving a mosaic that resists tidy conclusions. Efforts to document these tunnels unfold like a quest for cartographic ghosts. Archaeologists and local volunteers traverse rocky slopes, following faint inclines that lead to collapsed portals or half-buried staircases. In regions such as Cusco and Puno, clusters of shafts and entryways form complex networks, sometimes mirroring the patterns of settlements above. Scholars record each channel's height, its curvature, mineral deposits along its ceiling. They note vestiges of painted motifs and occasional ceramic fragments fallen from upper stratums. Every scribbled note and laser scan feeds into a growing digital atlas of subterranean architecture. Yet even as this archive expands, it underscores the immensity of what remains unseen, a silent domain awaiting further revelation. For every tunnel brought into the light, many more lie forgotten beneath layers of soil, rockfall, and time's sediment. Dark chambers stretch beyond mapped corridors, their entrances obstructed or swallowed by centuries of collapse. These uncharted passages form a vast, silent library, where each rock-hewn wall holds a page of lost history. Explorers speak of the chill that descends when they push beyond known limits, a mixture of awe and trepidation that comes with confronting a corridor leading deeper into mystery. It is in these shadowed realms that the call to continue mapping becomes most urgent, for each newly discovered path enlarges our portrait of human ambition, and reveals the Earth as a living testament to ancestral ingenuity. Venturing into these tunnels is not without risk. Narrow squeezes test the body's flexibility, while sudden drops and unstable ceilings remind travelers of the Earth's indifference to human passage. Water fills low-lying chambers, turning stone floors into shimmering pools where reflections dance like elusive spirits. Dating these spaces poses another challenge. Organic remnants are scarce, removed by centuries of moisture and microbial activity. In the absence of charred wood or bone deposits, researchers rely on stratigraphic clues or trace materials trapped in sediment layers. Even then, the timeline unfolds in broad strokes rather than precise dates, leaving gaps that encourage both speculation and discovery. Nevertheless, the fusion of modern technology with patient fieldwork brings fresh hope. Subsurface radar and muon tomography peer beyond walls without a pick or drill, revealing voids and structural features from afar. Drones and 3D laser scanning record every chord and curve with millimeter precision, creating immersive models that allow scholars and dreamers to walk these tunnels remotely. Meanwhile, indigenous communities share oral histories, guiding researchers toward entrances that maps have yet to show. This collaboration of high technology and ancestral knowledge forms a new narrative that honors both the rigor of science and the depth of cultural memory. In the hush that follows, one can almost hear the whispers of bygone architects, guiding each step in an unending journey of wonder. In the end, the tunnels of South America stand as living paradoxes, monuments of stone that pulse with life's forgotten rhythms, doorways to both pragmatic function and profound mystery. They remind us that human history is not a single straight line, but a tangled skein of ingenuity, ritual, and hope echoing through time. As we tread these ancient corridors, we are invited to become part of a vast tapestry where every carved niche and hidden turn is both question and answer, beckoning us to believe that the deepest wisdom often lies beneath the surface, waiting for the light of curiosity to bring it into view. Beneath a canopy of stars, ancient stones stand like silent sentinels, guardians of a story half forgotten. Their weathered faces bear witness to epochs unrecorded, eras that refuse to yield their secrets through the thin veil of conventional timelines. As moonlight drapes across broken pillars and sunken terraces, these monuments beckon us into a realm where time curves and memory trembles. They stir a feeling both haunting and comforting, as though the earth itself breathes beneath our feet. In their stillness, we sense the faint echo of human hands shaping massive blocks, of distant voices chanting beneath vaulted skies. They remind us that history is not solely the sum of written records, but also a tapestry woven from shadows and breath, the hum of cosmic cycles, the pulse of land and sky. As we drift deeper into this reflective pilgrimage, we learn that our modern maps of human progress may be incomplete, drawn upon paths laid down by storytellers whose ink faded long ago. Time itself becomes a riddle wrapped in stone. Conventional chronologies speak of civilization's dawn around 6 millennia past, yet some structures push that boundary far beyond our textbooks. Their radiocarbon whispers hint at builders active during ice's last retreat, at societies whose memory vanished beneath cataclysmic floods or silent geological upheavals. When we stand before a circle of T-shaped pillars or brush our fingers along mystifying carvings, the familiar arrow of history blurs, and a spiral emerges, one that folds inward, back into ages when humanity's heartbeat synchronized with the turn of the stars. These monuments insist on non-linear time, layers of construction over millennia, renovations by hands unknown, the fall and rebirth of purpose. They propose that epochs we call prehistoric may instead represent a deeper past brimming with ingenuity and spiritual intent. In this sprawl of shifting eras, each site becomes a prism, refracting questions of origin and survival, inviting us to embrace mystery rather than chase certainty. As our journey circles the globe, a hidden network seems to take form, an uncharted web binding sites from Anatolia to the Andean highlands, from sun-drenched isles to frozen northern wastes. Beneath continents and oceans alike lie murmurs of remote builders sharing architectural motifs, concentric rings, symbolic reliefs, alignments with solstices and equinoxes. Could a spiritual or cultural blueprint once radiate from one cradle of consciousness, rippling outward through migrations lost to memory? Or did multiple pockets of early humanity, separated by vast distances, independently converge upon similar obsessions, marking the heavens in stone, entwining earthly geometry with celestial rhythms? As we trace pathways of trade and talk, of mythic echoes and linguistic echoes, lines drawn between disparate ruins become more than mere coincidence. They suggest an invisible current, a convergence of thought unbounded by mountains or seas, a global tapestry of awareness crafted long before the age of recorded empires. At the heart of each monument lies a deep understanding of space, an aptitude for constructing both shelter and celestial observatory. Massive stone megaliths, carved with precision that defies simple tools, rise from meadows and deserts, as if summoned by architects fluent in cosmic design. Some blocks, hewn and polished, fit together with joints so tight that not even a sliver of light pierces the seams. Others stand perched along sight lines toward solar events, marking the slow arc of the sun across the horizon year after year. In these feats of engineering, we glimpse communities fluent in mathematics and astronomy, whose knowledge of angles and alignments would not reappear in later civilizations until manor houses and cathedrals rose in medieval Europe. The harmony of built form and star map implies a unified purpose: to draw down cosmic energy, to mirror heavenly order on Earth, to meditate in stone upon the patterns that bind humans to galaxies. In this grand architecture of thought, every pillar and platform becomes a note in a universal symphony. How, then, were such wonders achieved without the benefit of iron drills or wheeled cranes? The very rock seems to carry stories of forgotten technologies, ancient quarrying methods that chipped and sawed with uncanny smoothness, transportation techniques that moved colossal blocks across plains and up inclines without stress fractures. Some propose vibrational tools harnessing sonic resonance to fracture stone as water cracks ice. Others speak of lubricated rollers raised on sleds or wooden machines long since decayed. Yet none of these hypotheses fully capture the effortless grace of monoliths set with millimeter precision. The site's whisper of knowledge now lost beneath layers of earth and silence, of craftsmen whose practices left no manual. When modern researchers attempt to replicate their feats, they find only partial success, reminding us of how much ingenuity may sleep beneath our assumptions of technological progress. Beyond the practical lies a realm of symbolism, where sacred geometry and mystical codes intertwine. Every circle carved into rock, every spiral relief, every axis of alignment carries significance that transcends mere utility. Here, architecture becomes language, the language of universal patterns woven into stone as though the builders spoke in cosmic dialects. Mandalas take form in megalithic rings. Phi, the golden ratio, whispers through proportions. Nodal points of Earth energy are tapped like ley lines, fusing Earth and sky. As we circle these constructions, our footsteps echo along corridors once traveled by ritualists, attuned to celestial harmonies. They spoke of a living universe, each element a note resonant with meaning, each structure a vessel for spiritual communion. In their sacred design, walls and pillars become conduits, channels for energies beyond the physical senses. For these ancient builders, spirituality was not an afterthought, but the very foundation of communal life. A stone temple did double duty as prayer hall, astronomical observatory, and alchemical furnace of the soul. The act of carving, shaping, and aligning became a form of devotion. Architects placed each block with intention, every pillar erected as a hymn to elemental forces. In such spaces, the divine was immanent. The boundary between human and cosmos blurred as worshippers gathered to witness solstices, invoke rain, or celebrate death's transformation into ancestor spirit. The lines between ritual and construction dissolved, leaving stones humming with spiritual energy long after chants faded. As we walk among their remains, we sense the echoes of ceremonies performed beneath celestial vaults, of processions winding through subterranean corridors to chambers lit by fire, of seekers communing with powers that lie beyond our modern sight. Across the myths and legends passed down through countless generations, we find threads hinting at vanished civilizations of astonishing complexity. Stories of global deluges, of sunken capitals beneath restless seas, of golden ages shattered by cataclysm, recur in cultures from Mesopotamia's Enuma Elish to India's Mahabharata, from Mesoamerica's Popol Vuh to the oral traditions of Pacific Islanders. While academics often relegate such tales to the realm of allegory, their persistent presence invites us to wonder whether they encode fragments of collective memory. When flood myths converge around identical motifs, ark building, survival by a chosen few, renewal of life, they speak of events so monumental they seared into human consciousness worldwide. Could these myths represent oral fingerprints of lost epochs, whose physical traces remain hidden beneath sediment and sea? If so, we stand on the threshold of rediscovering a chapter of human resilience erased by nature's most dramatic interventions. Indeed, nature herself appears to have pressed a reset button on human progress countless times. Geophysical evidence reveals massive volcanic eruptions that darkened skies for years, meteor impacts that sent seismic waves across continents, tectonic shifts that redrew coastlines in a single night. Tidal surges may have washed away coastal settlements. Rapid climate swings plunged hospitable regions into inhospitable cold. Such cataclysms would vaporize cities, decimate knowledge, and scatter survivors across the globe, leaving only the most durable stone monuments to speak on humanity's behalf. The scars these events carved into Earth's crust correspond to layers of ash and debris in archaeological sites, resignation letters from vanished ages. Each cataclysm, like a page torn from a vast tome, interrupts the narrative and forces a new beginning. Yet some structures endure, relics of a world that refused to vanish entirely. Some of those enduring structures bear witness to humanity's earliest attempts at timekeeping. Open-air observatories carved from bedrock align precisely with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar standstills, their builders equipping communities with calendars to orchestrate harvests and ceremonies. From the Egyptian desert to the British Isles, megalithic circles mark the turning points of seasons. helping fledgling societies attune to agricultural and ritual needs. Monuments such as the Golan megastructure and Nabta Playa's stone circles stand as testaments to astronomer priests whose calculations mapped the heavens onto the earth. These early timekeepers did more than track days. They wove cosmology into daily life, embedding spiritual significance into each sunrise and full moon. Long before mechanical clocks, these stone calendars linked human endeavor to celestial choreography. Yet the language of stone, its symbols and carvings, remains only partially deciphered. Spirals, zigzags, concentric circles, stylized animals, and geometric grids recur across continents, suggesting a symbolic vocabulary once shared or perhaps rediscovered independently by distant cultures. These motifs may encode creation myths, star charts, or mnemonic devices for oral traditions. The same spiral fandango appears in Neolithic carvings in Europe and petroglyphs of the American Southwest, while serpent motifs coil around pillars in Anatolia and Peru. Despite decades of archaeological labor, the codex enfolded in these symbols eludes final translation. We interpret patterns through lenses of modern disciplines, yet the original syntax may marry art, ritual, and astronomy in a seamless whole we have yet to fully grasp. For some, the extraordinary precision and sudden leaps in ancient knowledge hint at influences from beyond our world. Tales of star visitors who imparted wisdom to early shamans persist in folklore from the Dogon people of West Africa to the Maori of New Zealand. In popular imagination, these theories fuel visions of extraterrestrial architects who guided humanity's early steps. Although mainstream scholarship remains skeptical, the allure of a cosmic connection persists. Could distant travelers, physical or visionary, have seeded advanced ideas in receptive minds? While empirical proof remains elusive, the notion challenges us to expand our definitions of contact, communication, and cultural transmission, whether literal or metaphorical. The theme of skyborne benefactors underscores humanity's perennial fascination with the heavens. Amid theories of lost worlds and starborn teachers, a continuous thread of human ingenuity endures. Even after cataclysms and cultural collapses, survivors carried fragments of stone cutting, celestial observation, and spiritual ritual into new contexts. Megalithic practices re-emerged in Bronze Age Europe. Geometric complexity adorned early temple sites in South Asia, and heavy block masonry appeared in pre-Inca centers high above the Pacific. Each reinvention wove echoes of forgotten epics into emergent civilizations, preserving spools of wisdom despite the shredding of direct lineage. Architecture, ceremony, and myth, each functioned like strands of DNA, passing genetic-like seeds of culture through countless rebirths. Thus, a hidden continuity flows beneath the apparent breaks and leaps in recorded history. When we reclaim knowledge from these ancient chapters, we glean lessons not only about origins, but also about our relationship to planet and cosmos. These monuments stand as radiant statements on sustainable technology, passive solar alignment, earthborne building materials, integration of natural energy flows. Their geometry reflects profound awareness of environmental rhythms, suggesting that ancient engineers saw themselves as part of a living system rather than conquerors of it. In a modern age marked by ecological crisis, such reminders invite us to heed lessons etched in stone, to design in harmony with Earth, to honor celestial cycles, and to balance human ambition with planetary well-being. The ancients' legacy urges humility, respect, and a rekindled sense of wonder. In surveying a tapestry of megaliths and temples scattered from desert sands to coral atolls, a unifying theme emerges: unity in diversity. Each culture shaped unique expressions of cosmic philosophy, yet all shared a yearning to connect earthbound life with celestial realms. Their monuments speak of common human longings: the desire for transcendence, the need for community, the search for meaning in a vast universe. Whether carved by Neolithic artisans or conceived by architects of lost cities, each structure whispers the same core truth. Humanity's roots extend deeper and wider than our libraries suggest. Our varied heritages are strands of a single story, interwoven with ancestral dreams that encourage modern societies to collaborate, to listen across disciplines, and to heal divisions by recognizing shared beginnings. At the intersection of stone and spirit, we glimpse the architects of the mind, ancient consciousnesses whose depths transcend our current understanding. By shaping colossal monoliths, archaic innovators demonstrated mastery not only of quarry and chisel, but also of inner landscapes. Their spiritual scientists charted subtle realms, energetic fields, geomagnetic vortices, vibrations resonant with human biology. Indigenous traditions still honor such sites as nodal points of power, repositories of memory, and portal gates to altered states. Modern geophysics can measure magnetic anomalies, yet the subjective experience of these places retains a poetic mystery. It suggests that our ancestors possessed a holistic awareness, merging mental, physical, and spiritual faculties to achieve feats both tangible and transcendent. The boundary between nature's own architecture and human creation grows porous at these sites. They echo fractal growth patterns, mirror cave formations, and replicate rippling wave motifs. This kinship implies an intuitive reading of living systems, an awareness that design can emulate nature's efficiency and beauty. By integrating local topography, solar paths, wind channels, and water flows, ancient builders achieved sustainability through emulation. Recognizing this harmony invites modern communities to draw inspiration from natural geometry, from forest canopies to basalt columns, adapting time-tested principles for contemporary architecture. Such integration fosters resilience and deepens our bond with the world that sustains us. Preserving these silent chronicles calls for reverence and stewardship. Many monuments lie vulnerable to weathering, human encroachment, and the slow theft of time. Our task, then, is more than archaeological documentation. It is a promise to carry ancient voices into the future. Combining traditional craft techniques with non-invasive conservation, we can maintain stone surfaces and symbolic carvings without erasing the patina of centuries. Collaborative engagement with local custodians, spiritual practitioners, and scientific researchers ensures that these sites remain living sanctuaries rather than static museum pieces. In tending to their fragility, we honor collective memory, safeguarding a bridge between civilizations past and those yet to come. As our contemplation winds toward a horizon uncharted, the path ahead stretches into possibilities both humbling and exhilarating. Questions linger. What other megalithic wonders hide beneath shifting sands and ocean waves? Which legends map more than allegory, guiding us toward true traces of vanished marvels? By forging partnerships between archaeologists, mystics, indigenous elders, and multidisciplinary explorers, we expand the scope of inquiry beyond conventional boundaries. Each new discovery may not only rewrite chapters of prehistory, but also reshape our understanding of mind, matter, and cosmos. In embracing the unknown, we reclaim the adventurous spirit of our ancestors, setting sail once more into the great ocean of mystery. In the hush that follows, the voices of ancient mystics rise, soft intonations that link past to present. They speak of wisdom not confined to scrolls or tablets, but alive in geometric resonance and echoing chants. Though separated by millennia, their messages resonate with our own hunger for meaning, reminding us that the sacred and scientific, once inseparable, may be reunited. By listening to these echoes, we discover that history's hidden volumes also serve as guides for future horizons. Each pillar, each carved groove, each celestial sightline invites a return to a time when human hands and hearts worked in harmony with earth and sky. As our final breath mingles with stone and starlight, we find solace in the knowledge that mystery endures, and that within its gentle embrace, the greatest journeys await.